Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dudes and dames, sirs and ma'ams, Smith of Kitava Day 2, being absolutely undying using fire resistance, life regeneration, more life to 2-3 hit every boss. I like what we're seeing here. Smith of Kitava so far turning out to be an absolute menace. We are playing the solo self-found style, as we always like to do it. And we've already arrived in Act 3. Act 1. Cruel. So that's going to be our way forward today. Tier 11 skill gem, that would be for Leap Slam. Thank you very much. Tier 11 would be for Perfect Strike. And Tier 12 is not happening anymore. And that is Infernal Cry. Perfection. We can sell the shield. Mr. Mick, good morning. And there's a specialty for today's stream because we are, ladies and gentlemen, officially sponsored by Path of Exile 2 for this stream, which is kind of cool, I gotta say. You know, when the company that you're actually working with, that the game you like to stream, also does support you on these levels. Kind of cool, not gonna lie. So yeah, that's what's happening today. We're going to be playing a lot of PoE 2. We're going to be pushing the Smith of Kitava to the maximum. I gotta reduce some skill cost, I think. We were getting like more strength just a second ago. I want to go for Giant's Blood, but I don't have the strength yet. But we should very soon get in that direction. Might want to work on our threshold. This is melee damage. Nothing too crazy. We can get damage with maces, but that's also not what we're really doing. We could get fire damage. 75% damage converted to fire damage. I mean, I could full send it on the fire damage. But I feel like that would be a little bit overdoing it. The armor increase would... You know what? I'm going to go with a little bit of a defensive increase. I think that's going to help us. To get a bit more tanky-esque. Let's see. I do like the Smith so far. The Smith is illegal, especially with the new support gems that the Warrior has gotten. Because I can now pretty much jump and land on things and they die. More or less instantly. While I am enjoying so much life that nothing can kill me. It is truly obnoxious. I mean, I have 1,000 life right now, and I have almost 100 life regeneration. And we're sitting officially at 75.1. Whenever I take a damage every second, 75.1 back. Like, things have such a hard time killing me. And on top of being able to not die or not getting killed very easy, I also have tons of... Oh, shit, I already unlocked the King, Rust King yesterday. I'm an idiot. We have tons of... damage to really just jump, land on things, and destroy them. While we have all the resistances. You get so lucky with your weapon, and this weapon is insane, that's for sure. But I've generally gotten lucky in this playthrough with weapons. Like every act, I've been having one good weapon. That being said, it's so easy to have good maces. It's actually stupid if I compare my struggle from the Huntress. The Huntress. Such a hard time finding a new spear. Our lad here, the Warrior, nah. A new mace, no problem. Malts everywhere. It might be that my brain is not accustomed to noticing the spear names yet, because the names of the spears, they were like, you know, Helix spear, Orichalcum spear, and stuff like that. So it might have been still like to the point where I just gotta get used to things. But yeah, it seems like there's just so much more hammers around, so many more hammers that like getting one is silly easy. Swordman, good to see you there. I've actually been trying this morning to find a better spear for some of the Huntress gameplay we're doing, because secretly next to the Smith of Kitava that we're playing with Dawn of the Hun, right? We're still playing around with the 100 new support gems to weasel out some secret builds on the Huntress. So it's going places. Oh, I was not picking up that tier 12 because I was in my brain stuck with the Huntress, and I was like, tier 12? Who needs a tier 12 support? Well, I do need one because obviously I don't have ascended past tier 12 yet. Are you doing? Very well. I was at the dentist this morning. Now we have a stream that's actually officially sponsored by Path of Exile 2. Thank you, GGG. Appreciate it. To demonstrate what we are playing already. Plenty fun. So we're pretty much getting double pay. Guess we're going to play this anyways. Haha. Now we can spoon a little bit more. It's going to be interesting to see how my armor behaves, because you notice we only have 50% damage reduction. That's really bad. Because, I mean, like, I would like to have way more armor. But obviously, the way how things are progressing right now, I can't get more armor. This is like the maximum armor I can have. As any more armor, I would need to have my chest working in tandem with that. And that is not happening. Gargantuan Life Flask, scroll, and we're going to take the hammer. I just need to take all these hammers, even if they're wide. Because even a wide hammer can be turned into something amazing. Understood OP, they're trying to nerf it by rarity drops. No, I think it's just simply a coding error in the shops. Like, you clearly notice that all other weapons are readily more available in the stores than it is for the Huntress Spears. So I think that's just what we're facing here right now. Simple as cake. But it's nothing that can't be, like, fixed, pretty much. And despite not getting too many spears, despite that problematic, I mean, we've been, despite that, absolutely dominating with a Huntress, right? Oh, Seismic Cry. Boom. Let me show you what we can do to the king. Let me actually go back to town. Did they fix armor in the latest patch? Armor has been a couple of times buffed now, and armor is working. I mean, right now with all the other ways to make yourself defensive being suboptimal, armor is truly in a good stage. Not OP. Just simply working well. None of this is... 21% attack speed is nice. But none of this is close to what we need. 25 to 51 cold damage. That's quite something. Like, Jesus, that's quite something. I'm not gonna lie. We have a Gargantuan Life Flask. Level 2 support. What do we have? Crumbling Maul. None of these is like, oh, that's 42. But mine is just like so much better currently. But not for long. Like, I hope to find something better soon. I also need to find like new items that give me more maximum life. And fire resistance. Why fire resistance? Because fire resistance is the GOAT. If I could get a lot of fire resistance, then we could just boost ourselves to the max. I want this more maximum life per second. So that's what we're working for. 1, 2, 3. Because right now we're already sitting at like 75.9 maximum life. The more you get, the better it goes. Does armor fix the micro stuns? No, maximum life fix. A stun threshold is tied to your maximum life. Now, armor does mitigate physical damage. So if you're taking less physical damage, your stun threshold is going less up. So technically it's fixing the micro stuns. Oh. 1 hit. And 2 hit, that's it. See, this is Warrior, chat. That's Warrior for you, in a nutshell. Just like 2 hits. Nothing more needed. Done. Who is the Smith of Kitava, Lord Overflow? The Smith of Kitava is the new Warrior Ascendancy. Oh, wow, that is 278 armor. Holy moly, macaroni. Sweet mercy, have everything with me. That's something.
I like to hold on to big bye.
Redwood. Are those seals in?
What happened here?
Read the hooded one, and then we only need to find the Grim Tangle. Now, sadly, I didn't find the Grim Tangle yesterday, so I need to go looking quickly. Should also restore my mana resources. Like right now, we are pulling some of our life over into mana, but not too much. Let's kill him another time. If we're already here, we might as well. Seismic Cry. Oh, missed. 1, 2. Oh. Oh. Oh, actually 3. We can get like good stuff. So wait, that's here, that's there. And the tangle could be here. Like the way how the map behaves. You know, there's water here. It's hard for the tangle to be there, so it's probably there. 1, 2. It's like a diamond shape, kind of. What's the best class to start Dawn of the Hunt with? There's tons of new support gems. And right now, Warrior profits the most from these new support gems, if I'm honest with you. They really make Warrior strong. The Huntress itself is very powerful, so if you want to try out something new, I might recommend the Huntress to you as, well, she is just very good, and she's new, and she's fun. Now, you get to like her playstyle, though, because she's a more combo-oriented playstyle. That is something to keep in mind as you play the Huntress. But generally speaking, every class works. I mean, even the Monk works again because they nerfed it and then they rebuffed it. What gems do you get in Leap? We're currently using Stomping Ground. That when we move / land, we actually put out a Shockwave, and that Shockwave does damage. But we're using a new support gem that came with Dawn of the Hunt among the hundreds that came. And that is going to be Stomping Ground together with Brink. Brink says that the stun buildup from the skill can't reach 100%. And Unyielding. That means that during the duration of the leap, I recoup the life that I would have lost. Okay, imagine this. I jump. I take damage. While I jump, the damage I take is recouped as life. Ta-da. Then I land. My Stomping Ground hits together with the leap itself. But the stun cannot, I cannot stun with leap. So the leap itself cannot do stunning damage. Which means that there will always be one who's primed for the stun that I can then use Bone Shatter. I mean, right now, this character is only 5 hours old. We have been taking it really slow, right? Been flying through the campaign without a single hiccup due to boosting the Seismic Cry, the Fire Cry here, our Infernal Cry. We have been pretty much able to kill every boss with a couple of hits. It's actually, it shouldn't be legal what Warrior can do in that regard, but you do so much damage, it's absolutely bogus, and not even during your first playthrough, right? It does need some investment into the Warcry, but the Warcry itself also, the Infernal Cry, got a new support gem. Yes, chat, even more new support gems. And for the Infernal Cry, that is one who makes you not lose charges. So the Infernal Cry can empower 2 attacks right now, but I can actually make it empower endless attacks. Because me using the Infernal Cry, or me using an attack, might not actually use up the Infernal Cry. Which is probably the coolest thing in the world. So here right now, we got Tireless. Attacks empowered might not use the empower count. Haha. You heard right, chat.
Come here.
Come here. Tireless, yes. Tireless probably being one of the best new support gems for Warrior. Like, not breaking the empowerment count is crazy. And we're currently using all the passive skills for cries that are possible. So we're having our empowerment like 30% stronger, with our empowerment another 16% stronger. So at this point, my perfect strike pretty much has double damage. Like, and right now, the perfect strike is already at 2,000 DPS with a 10,000 damage hit. And that 10,000 damage hit is at 20,000 damage. You're not going to play Warrior again, but sir, it's so good. It literally feels like the best thing to play right now. I'm not joking. And now we haven't even talked about the Smith of Kitava, which is new with Dawn of the Hunt as well. And the Smith of Kitava pretty much gives you full resistances, and you just need to stack fire resistance while giving me, well, 100 life per second regen, when I barely have to take care of actually pressing any buttons. See, my leaps keep me healthy. While I'm leaping, I regenerate 97.7 life per second. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now we're going to take another 15% armor, and then we'll get even more life regeneration. I can't die. This is with, like, not even a lot of HP. Just give me my next 2 skill points, my next 2 ascendancy points, and we're gonna be unkillable by a large margin. And due to the whole huge life regeneration you have, I could also make my skills use up more life per cast. I mean, right now I'm not really doing that because I don't mind pressing my mana potion every now and then, but I could. Which then allows me to also not worry about mana at all. Kind of useful too. Assinia, where would you be? Not here. Is it good for hardcore? Yes, Warrior is probably one of the best hardcore players. Oh, hello, chat. Look, there's a... Okay, let's see if we can... It's gonna be hard to, like, hit her with that because she's, like, going to jump around. You know what would be the best? If I just land on her and then I stun her. See, like, then I stun her. Infernal Cry. Oh my lord. This is a rogue exile, by the way, if you wonder. And it's a sorceress at that too. You know what I'm going to use for this? Rolling Slam. She teleported. Hi, Ya-chan. Goddamn sorceress. That was a rogue exile, in case you haven't seen one. They're super fun to fight against. Probably the best addition to the game yet. But AI, the AI is insane. They're flying around. Do you have the build posted somewhere? No, because we're not done yet. I post a build as soon as we're able, as soon as we're done with Act 1, 2, 3. So that's when I always post, but not before. Like this is like how you're pretty much molesting everyone. Rogue AI is better than bosses. The Rogue Exiles are incredible. They actually act like players. It feels like a real PvP fight. And they get a lot of heal and everything, so that's quite useful. So all in all, I couldn't be happier with the Rogue Exile thingy. I do believe I'm going to probably like push the Rogue Exiles with my Atlas points. That makes the most sense, I reckon.
Sorry, I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye?
Oh, physical damage with attacks. Let's take that. Rest can go away now. What loot filter are you using? I'm using the never synced loot filter. So the standard loot filter that more or less everyone and their mom is using. From Filter Blade.
What have we got? Take a look.
As that just simply... Oh, wow. 103% physical damage plus. Holy. I mean, that's a lot.
That'll pack a punch.
And attack speed. And lightning damage now. Well, the lightning damage is like really sad, actually. But yeah, I gotta actually use this. That's crazy. Break this one down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Had to use all 8. And suddenly we're sitting at 3,000 damage perfect strikes. There's a lot of good in patch 02. There is a lot of good in patch 02. If you look past the things that they are trying to fix right now, like, I mean, let's be fair, like all the things that are currently not working too well, they're working on remedying. So I'm really positive, looking forward to that. Yeah, we're getting feedback. Like, GGG is getting feedback as they're supposed to. I mean, this is what an early access is there for. Developer makes development. Players play early access. Players give feedback on early access. And then developer makes better game. That's what we're hoping for, right? We're not hoping for gamers get to play game early. Game stays exactly the same. Nothing changes. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's not what we want.
This place has not been abandoned.
Obliterating many builds is bad. It depends on how OP those builds were. I mean, let's be real. I'm as sad as everyone else that the Monk is not the powerhouse it used to be. But the Monk, like, you could be the most unskilled person in the universe of, like, playing ARP. Like, you didn't have to try. Like, seriously. Like, the Monk played itself. You held down your ice strike button, and that's it. And that didn't need a single ounce of like, talent. But at least with the warrior, if you look at the gameplay loop of the warrior, you need to make sure that you don't die. And then you need to actually use your combos to make sure that you use them. Wow. Oh, oh, son. They use them properly, right? Charge them up. Make sure you hit the perfect strike where the perfect strike is supposed to hit. How do you play without headphones and the microphone not picking up the sound? Oh, that's actually simple. The microphone is picking up the sound that comes from this direction. So let's say if I speak from here or from here, it already sounds worse, right? And my sound is pretty much like behind, way behind the microphone. That's where my speakers are. So the sound of the speakers is pretty much like, you can imagine the sound waves are hitting the backside of the microphone and therefore not really ending up with you. That make any sense? Kind of like the hillbilly explanation. Every ARPG I go warrior first. Might you believe that playing ARPGs, how do I say this now? Like, playing melee is just a very real thing. Like, you're inside these hordes of monsters, right? You're trying to fight off hordes of monsters. And melee range just makes it feel more awesome. Whereas, as a caster, you're always disengaged from the happenings, right? You're not inside of what's happening. And that's where I personally also prefer or like melee range. The Smith ascendancy look promising. It's not promising, sir. It's OP. And with OP, I mean you're literally like, you turn into an undying powerhouse. It's quite fun. When you notice the damage is crazy, right? But what's happening with the Smith of Kitava is very simple. So with the Smith of Kitava, you're right now getting a Ascendancy. That gives me 15% more life. Okay, I'm at 1,152. And then I get 5% maximum life regeneration per second. 5%, chat. Together with this 0.5%, I'm going to sit at 100 life per second regenerated. I'm like, just think about it for a second. I'm just unable to take actual damage because I just soak back like there's no tomorrow. It's plenty OP in a good way. You take that note first. Yes. Like, look at my body armor. That's my body armor, a white body armor. I got the ascension and I ran around from that point on with a white body armor and I didn't care about finding a better one. You know, that's the real fun part about this is you just get a white body armor and that's it. From that point on, like you're just rocking a white body armor. Which I personally do find plenty amusing. Now what I'm looking to get is, I'm actually looking to get a fire resistance ring. Why a fire resistance ring? Because my fire resistance is all resistance. So if I now get a fire resistance ring, then I'll instantly be having resistances versus everything. It's super illegal. What do you plan for third and fourth ascendancy? So second ascendancy gave me fire resistance and my resistances are now all my resistances, okay? Then for the next ascendancy, I'm probably going to take either 75% bonus fire resistance, okay? And then put like a note into 20% more melee damage. Or I take 75% more fire resistance and then I take 20% increased strength. Both are good options. Okay, 13,000 damage. Are you ready to get sent to Narnia? You know what? We need to actually take a level 2 support gem. And we need to replace things for the primal armament. Is there a way to get chaos resistance with Smith? Yeah, sure. Just get chaos resistance rings, for example. Okay, we Infernal Cry. 1 hit. And 2 hit. And the 3rd hit. Then stagger him. Infernal Cry. And finish him. 1, 2. That's why it is so interesting to get maximum defense from the ascendancy, right? Usually you would say every ascendancy is supposed to give you more power. It's supposed to make you stronger. But Warrior is so strong already. Like, I don't need my ascendancy to do that, right? I don't need my ascendancy to make me stronger, to give me more power. What I need is to make me undying. Right? I need my ascendancy to add bonus I can't get killed. And stun threshold, to be honest. Because right now, stunning is like the only... Oh, Rutkaras. That's what I need. Chat, look at that. A white armor. Holy moly. Let's try to find the thingy. White armor is perfect because I can just put this on and it's more armor than what I have. Mine has 208 armor and the next armor has another 284. See, it makes you so relaxed playing the Smith of Kitava because we don't have to care anymore. Like, right? You don't look for magical, rare body armor that has all the resistance. Nah! We don't need. We just need a white body armor. And due to now the leaps recouping life, you are also not in danger of dying during leaping. Because what usually happens is you leap, and at the end of the leap, you have taken so much damage that you're rather vulnerable. But due to the new support gem, that's not really happening anymore. And with the huge amount of life regeneration, that's not happening anymore. So yeah, you can imagine. Very useful. I kind of want to level up before fighting this thingy. Main reason is I want to see how much life regeneration we're getting.
Come here. What is this?
Good. Thank you very much.
Perhaps the boy might know.
Because now we're sitting at 72.3. And I'm going to pick up the... Here. And suddenly we're sitting at 79.2. Fantastic. Love to see it. I started my Bleed Amazon and got level 75 tier 6 maps and a rerolled. It was frankly a miserable experience. Did you try out the Spearfield Amazon? We made recently the new Spearfield Amazon and I'm sitting at tier 15 maps. Absolutely no problem. I also made this morning Explosive Spear
What's been eating out?
Frost Amazon too because I wanted to test if it works. Generally speaking, the Spearfield Amazon has been the absolute staple right now. Like, it's been like my favorite experience. Okay.
Rage all you want, beast.
1, 2. And he's already in phase 3, right? That's it, chat. Right now, we're also playing an interesting gem that I haven't mentioned on the Infernal Cry. And it's called Raging Cry. So if I Infernal Cry next to a monster, a boss, I also get 20 rage straight away. That means 20% more attack damage. Kind of cool, isn't it? So I Raging Cry, 16 in this case. Boom. Okay, listen, I'm cool.
One less danger.
You being like a big fat meanie. Can you use 12ers already? No. Now we could go and get even more life per second, but I don't think I want to do that. I kind of want to move here for the... And I want the stun threshold. I also want the stun threshold from here into max life, right? We have the damage. We don't need more damage. We do want to take Giant's Blood as soon as possible. And why as soon as possible, if I have a weapon, I can actually triple wield. So this is 88 strength, right? We need like 200 something something. It's going to be easy to achieve, just not right now. Isn't there a strength multiplier? Isn't there was a... Yeah, this was a 5% increase in strength. I'm actually going to go for that. I tend to remember, wasn't there a strength multiplier? There was. Fine, Woolly Sky. Well, I like should have followed a different Spearfield guide, sir. To make the build based on acts, I do always make my builds based on acts, yes. Even though for the warrior, not much changes. Like you pretty much get your Act 1, you get your you use Rolling Slam. Act 2, you use Inferno Perfect Strike, and you get Leap. Then in Act 3, and that's like, no, Act 2 you get Leap already. Yes. So that's kind of like. And then it's settled already. Then you're good to go.
Here's what I got.
Okay, Crumpling Maze. One of these is... Oh, wow, that's also a good one. Still want to have that. Right now, I'm pretty much looking for maximum life items. Because a maximum life item is, like, making the huge difference. Like, see if I get gloves with maximum life. More maximum life is more life regeneration. You notice how simple that is, right? We don't have to talk about that. Runes. I got a full rune tab, chat. Actually really useful to have like a full rune tab. Now. GGG, please. One thing missing with this update. I mean, there's tons of new things with the update, right? My favorite part being the hundreds of new support gems and all the new ascendancies. But I would like to have more runes. I would like to have a rune tab. Especially with the new runes now. Want to buy a new monitor? Is OLED worth like 200 to 300? I have like standard monitors. I mean, mostly you want to look for the decent refresh rate, at least 144 hertz, right? I mean, mine can do 4K 120 for my PlayStation. So HDMI 2.1 is maybe something you want to look for to be future-proofed. Probably the most important thing, like make sure you're HDMI 2.1 in case you want to hook up your console, that you get also the sweet resolution and refresh rate combination. That's my biggest recommendation. And otherwise, like, I don't know if you need OLED. I never really looked like at all the different panels, because I mean, I don't need the blacks to be the blackest, the colors to be the colorist. I just need my games to run smooth and the resolution to be resolutioning. But I'm also no monitor snob, right? I'll take what works. And that's it. Oh. Poor guy. He wanted to mingle and jingle, but he wasn't ready for the bonk, Chad. Oh, the executioner is about to get executionered. Ha 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 ha, Chad. Woo! Here all week, by the way.
What have they done? The bastards.
I mean, personally, my drop-down list when I'm looking for a new monitor is resolution and refresh rate first. It should be 20, like, so if you play 2K, I play 2K, right? 2560 times 1440p. I feel like it should be a 27 inch because 2K looks bad on a 24 inch. It doesn't look bad on a 24 inch, but I feel like, you know, 27 inch monitor for 2K is good. If you play 4K, I would probably go for a 32 inch, as that just feels better. In 1080p, 24 inch is fine, but who play, like, I mean, seriously, raise your arm if you're still playing 1080p. This game, for example, in 1080p looks like pixely, but in 2K, it just looks so good. 4K, I mostly don't feel like it's needed. It's like overkill, personally. Yeah, 4K requires top computer in most cases. I mean, 4K feels worth it for certain games, but I feel like for most games, 4K is just simply not worth it. Infernal cry. I can do this, chat. I can handle this. I don't know what's happening. Why the latency's up. It might be that he's kicking me out of my thingy. Like, it could be wholly myself related, but we'll see in a second. I got this, chat. I'm better. Okay, I'm better. Next try. Wait, let me double check. No, I'm still in my network, so that's good. Back in. Oh, that was simple. I thought I was like not able to gonna be connect easily. There we go. What level are you? 44, I think. We've been making like rather quick progress right now through the areas. Ah, the area got reset. Well, let's zoom through again. More XP, chat. Double the trouble, but more XP. Unlucky. Right side. Always right side. Right side is usually the better side for progress through this area. Unless left side is better. Why is there a server issue on your side? Well, you know that there's many different servers, and sometimes some of them might act up or not. I mean, like, my instance on the Frankfurt server now got torched, or Amsterdam server. I'm not sure which one we're on. You might be on the Milan server. You might be on, I mean, wherever you are, sir. If it's working, be happy. Don't complain. Just take it. I'm going to play Last Epoch on the 17th. I will be absolutely frank and fair with you, but there is so much to do with the Dawn of the Hunt update. Okay? There is so much to do that I will most likely not look for the other ARPGs anytime soon. We got to finish the Smith of Kitava with a couple of builds. The Huntress, we've already done 3 different builds, and I want to do 3 more. There is the Tactician, which is also giving me more builds. Then in the end, we want to check out the Lich. I have to revisit the Monk to actually make a good Monk build. Then I'd obviously want to play the Mercenary again, because a lot of things change for the Mercenary with the grenades. So it's kind of like a revisiting of what the Mercenary can do now and how things might have changed or not. So that's also something on my list. There is way too much to do to even remotely consider like doing other stuff. So that's going to keep me busy for a while now. Which I'm happy about. Like, I'm happy if games keep me that busy. Because other games don't run away, sir. Right? They're still there. Once you've played everything in this update, I mean, I'll definitely have to do a solo self. I mean, I play solo self-found with all my characters anyways. But I have to do like a full solo self-found journey from 0 again. I like to do these. Like literally you start at nothing and you end up killing the Arbiter. Oh no, Dave!
You bastard! Face me!
He made my Infernal Cry not Infernal Cry anymore. Problem is if he like punches you out of the... If he pummels you out of your head, then you're losing the charge. That's why you want to have some stun threshold. You're pretty much not getting pummeled out of this. You don't want to lose the charge. I think we took like a grand total now of 30 minutes for this whole act.
None will stop me from enacting vengeance.
That's good. Leveling will go fast with attributes soon. I mean, leveling is fast. Even my Huntress, as the complete new class that I didn't know anything about, did take me around 10 hours to go through. That's nothing. I mean, 10 hours is absolutely nothing for like playing a new class and having to stop every 5 minutes to explain your setup because people are eager to know what you're doing different to make your Huntress actually work, opposed to all the people that are complaining about the Huntress and didn't know how to make her work. I was like an easy 10 hours through like to level 65. This character being faster, I mean, we were gonna end up... Oh. I think we're gonna swap the server now. Let's open up another instance then. Okay, we have been on, let's do not Amsterdam, let's do Frankfurt. Yeah. Aggressive way through campaign? Nah, I like to try to find ways to make the campaign feel as good as possible. Because that does make for me a big difference. Like, how good can we make the campaign feel? Right? Because you don't want to, like, who wants to struggle? Like, obviously, there is going to be struggle because there are just moments that are meant to be struggling. Like, Count Geonor, if you don't have the right weapon, you will struggle. Jamanra, if you don't have the right weapon, you'll struggle. Like, these actual struggles that are there, but that are also supposed to be there. You have a VPN you can use. You don't need a VPN, OC. So the way it works in Path of Exile is you log in, you choose a server, and you actually log into that server with your character. And then it creates instances for your character on that server. Now, obviously, I might still have, like, my Augur Manor. It might just still be an old instance. So it might be that the Augur Manor is still on the Amsterdam server. And as soon as I go in the next region, though, the next instance will be opened up on the Frankfurt server. And keep in mind, this is like my 50th, 60th character or so, Moto. I've done this whole thing like 2 or 3 times. Before we now rush through, let me just quickly teleport back. Because we got her giving us a skill book.
Together,
What level do I have to be for this to work? I wanted to take my perfect strike. And I wanted to use... Primal armament. Primal armament being better than the fire infusion. Because it's 25% more fire damage, while this is 25% more elemental damage. Which should work for everything. Doesn't be surprised that this is still working better. Fire infusion. You know, because it's creating more physical into more fire damage. No, I'm actually not surprised that that's working better. That made sense. That is bad. Actually, it's good, but not for what we're doing. I have to go there. Two more skill points. We wanted to go all the way here. Stun build up, stun threshold, and then get the 5% increased strength. Right now, I still don't know if we want to do a wield, but I think we will do a wield. Good. So we are finishing Act 1, and I think for Act 2 and 3 should like take minimal hours. And we should probably be able to ascend very early with the warrior. Because right now I sense that we have a very nice power level. Especially, like, since I will reach Endgame with the Smith of Kitava, and we will pretty much have full resistance, right? It's gonna be my favorite part about this. We'll just reach Endgame and have full resistance. I usually never have that, right? Until I'm, like, quite a bit into the Endgame. That token would have been absolutely killer for a Soul Self-Found playthrough. Because you need these tokens for the second time you're playing through the trials. Sun threshold.
Be made to answer for his crimes.
Your second shot. Oh, you zoom in, that's why you're so weird. Anything you're using from the ascendancy or just passive armor? Right now I'm just using the passive armor and the fire resistance into all resistance. We tried out Manifest Weapon. The problem with Manifest Weapon is it's not impactful enough. So you use a Manifest Weapon and it's kind of nice to have, but it's not like, wow, Manifest Weapon. Oh my lord. You know? So, yeah. Like, yeah. That's that. So we gave up on Manifest Weapon for now. Fire Spell on hit can't also be used, sadly. So you have Manifest Weapon, you have Fire Spell on hit. And lastly, what will we have? We would have the Anvil Tempering. And the Anvil Tempering is just not for the playthrough. Because you would have to stand still, hammer your hammer on the anvil, to then temper your weapon, to then have the next 4 attacks be empowered. And that would be not bad, especially with the tireless support to make sure that the empowerment actually doesn't run dry. But, all right, as you can see, this is how I'm playing through. right?
First ones,
What madness is
hear
this?
our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark.
And like we're pretty much only actually fighting bosses for real, right? The rest of the enemies are not actually being fought even. So it would feel like a waste to like use that temper weapon, as you really only need it for like a boss fight. And for a boss fight, we don't even need it because, well, I mean, this is the boss fight.
Nothing sacred anymore.
Interesting, right? Okay, hammer, and we lose the fire resistance. I do hate that, but we could put on a fire resistance thingy. This is physical damage bonus and quite substantial, plus lightning resistance. So that gets us with the minus fire resistance. You can't log in. I swapped servers, sir. I had to go from Amsterdam over to Frankfurt, and then everything worked. Also had to restart the game. That might be your case, hopefully. But then I could log back in. Okay? By the way, chat, good news for you. We've actually have a special stream today. The lads over at GGG decided that they want to sponsor one of our streams for the great work we have been doing, presenting you the new O2 update. So for today, also officially sponsored by GGG. Shout out to them for Dawn of the Hunt, to show you everything O2 has to offer. We're going to start with the Smith today. We're going to push him to 65. But as we hit 65, I get something more for you. Okay? Because I want to also show you some of the hunter stuff we have been coming up with. But I tried some new things that are working decently well. I cleared some tier 15 maps without even blinking. That's how simple it was. But I'm not sure how you'll like it. So I'm always like trying to gauge the community, like how you enjoy the game flow, you know? Because I like playing my builds because I made them. You know? I like playing my builds because I made them. But that doesn't mean that you'll like playing them. You could be like, wow, this is like terrible, right? I don't enjoy this at all. Does anyone know if the companion note inspiring ally is able to gem support? What is it? What does the note do again? Sir? Inspiring ally? What did that do again? Wait, hold on. Where the hell are the stairs? Down there? Inspiring. I don't see the companion note inspiring ally. There. Increase in reduction to companion's damage also apply to you. I don't know. You can, like, I'm not sure if this, if gems count, but you can double check that really easily, Drogue. You can go into the presence of your companion and you can actually see your damage go up. And then you put on the gem called Meat Shield. Meat Shield says your companion does 35% less damage, but also takes 35% less damage. And then you just look at your damage, what it does. If that actually applies. Because so far, the presence of your companion actually shows the damage values. So that is holding up nicely. There's no bugs there. Which means that you should be able to see that.
They're insane.
Okay, one more level. Can we get this? 179 strength. Please tell us your results, though. Like, I would love to know. Didn't actually look at, like, I placed some of the damage reduction gems. I didn't even think about it, that I could influence it. Which makes it even more interesting that you could, like, try to boost your companion's damage and just squeeze out even more damage. Technically, the gems should apply, but it might be that they just don't.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself. You are
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Count Junior, let's yell here. Hit him Don't hit him once because he zoomed past. Hit him once. And hit... Oh, no! Geonor! Sir. Good.
Oriana, open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
Sorry. Lost my Roa because I crashed. I have not actually used the Roa thingy yet. I wonder if the Roa is a first pointer at that we might be getting mounts. Right?
Killing for us. I will take out your heart.
Come on. One face. Yeah.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
Oh, what happened? The operation timed out. Oh, that's interesting. That's a first. Okay. Server died. Okay, so for you two, everyone, server just died. No, I'm back. I guess, maybe. Oh, operation timed out. When I could technically play on the Russian servers, I guess. All the way. Oh, there's a queue because people are like, I get back in fine, but I'm in Australia. Oh, you get disconnected too, Rain. So let's see what happens now if I lock over there. I mean, this is intriguing. It's the first day it's been like this. But did I win now? No, I'm back here. Wait, I'm back here and I have discovered this. Wait, is this also now, like, I never checked XP-wise. Is this also like a rollback? Am I getting rollbacked, chat? Because I didn't check last time if I also got rollbacked. It is, right? It is. Oh, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh wait, can I checkpoint? Starter checkpoint? That checkpoint? There's that checkpoint? Shit, I don't have one more. Check if the fire guy is killed. Oh, good point. We can do that after Geonor, I guess. That's a good point. We should double check if he's killed. Probably preparing for the new patch. I mean, there is like, it's funny because we've been waiting like 2 months for the patch, like right for the patch to come, and now they're like we're getting tons of hot fixes and everything, which is really nice to see when we're going like from waiting to consistent fixes and everything. Okay, let's go back to Chi if he's alive. Oh, he's still alive. Thank you. Good point, chat. So I am currently on the Moscow servers, chat. I swapped over. I'll tell you how it goes. Oh no, it was greedy. I won!
First ones. Here
I was greedy, I was greedy. Candlemas might still be one of my favorite designs, just like from a boss entrance standpoint, because you gotta like kind of summon him. And I like that a lot. You gotta remember how much life I have. So I am now at 1,100. Like, if we get another disconnect, if the life actually gets disconnected again. Okay, all the way back to the final part of the game. Then we kill Junor again. I'm about to finish the campaign, and all I want is to do redo again and better. Sir, that's normal. Whenever I get a character to 65, my first impulse is to make another character. And that's good. Because I genuinely think the campaign is the best part of the game. And the slightly harder playthrough made it just the more rewarding for me personally. So it's not like that I struggled through the campaign. I noticed that it's slightly harder, right? Surviving is slightly harder. And that made it so much sweeter. It might be just me, because I don't know, because I'm weird. What skills are you going to try on Smith? I mean, we're mostly going to use the defense the Smith of Kitava has to offer, the bonus strength and everything, and just see how streamlined that is. But I want to try out Fire Spell on hit. I just don't know how to correctly use that yet, right? Oh, wow. It can be hard to hit that chat when he's pushing you. Ariana, open the cage.
Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye,
Manipulative whore! How dare you abandon?
You manipulative lady of the night. How dare you? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, come on now. I was totally risking that. I was like, I'm probably going to survive the Big Bang, and I can do it, right? But I can take that hit. I couldn't. But I was willing to do. I asked what filter you're using, just Filter Blade. Simple as that. You're on Filter Blade. I use the semi-strict filter for the campaign. Sometimes in the campaign I swap over to strict, but honestly the semi-strict just feels most of the time spot on.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself. You are nothing but a tyrant.
Hey, Jinor, I was hoping you would actually get into range for this. I'm so greedy in this fight because I just know he can't kill me, right? So it's just like just stand still and beat him. Oh, that one you need to roll. No! I thought I had him, so I didn't care about evading. Okay, we got the 5% more life. We're able to just skip now. Good. We are still not wearing the new gear. No, Chad, he reset to the old gear. That's funny. I just got re-roll back to the old gear because I never put that on.
I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, Please, stop the madness.
I like how he gently murders him.
We must make haste. Let us return to Winterfell to make our
Just very gently. So it's like moments in my ARPGs. Yeah, but that's why the boss fights are so good. Anyone else feel different? This is why I adore PoE 2 so much. Because there's suddenly, as you say, Souls-like game in my ARPG. What's your favorite beverage? Alcoholic or non-alcoholic, sir? Non-alcoholic would be a strawberry milkshake. Wait. Before we get reset, chat, we do the smart thing. We log out. Close the game. Log back in, not to Moscow. So Moscow has been working, by the way, so far. London. Except the Colossus, I hate him. Have you ever tried perfect striking the Colossus? Okay, failed to join any instance. The first time the service is really behaving like this. Is there a tweet about it? Amsterdam, you're in Amsterdam stable so far, but well, I can try it out. I guess right now you're either lucky or not. We'll see about that. Ratnamnat, thank you for the 88 months of support. Ratnamnat, good to see you there, brother. Okay, login error, so we can do... Said Amsterdam. Oh, that was like, wow, okay. That worked. I mean, that screw, I guess, the other servers. Amsterdam just be like, look at me. I am the captain now. 14 to 25 physical. That's a lot. We need maximum life. So if an item has like a vast quantity of maximum life, we'll instantly take that.
Till next time.
We also need fire resistance. Fire resistance here. Because any gem that has fire resistance just boosts our all resistance. This mapping is so hard, Peter. Well, you need to have your resistances done, but even if you have a resistances done, you don't have chaos resistance, so you're kind of screwed. That shouldn't matter too much, as you're going to be hopefully building up either armor or evasion rating, but you will have a lot of frustrating death on your hands until you kind of like slowly get the hang of things, I guess.
I will have to show them.
There is going to be an amount of frustrating death. What you mean server crashes are losing you maps? Yes, that's true. We almost lost a Berea token for the Trials of Sekimas. I get lucky during the latest crashes. Did say there's 0 chaos damage in the campaign. Yes, almost. There is some chaos damage. There are the witches that do chaos damage. There are some lads later in Azul. So when you travel back in time. So there is some chaos damage, but it's minuscule in comparison. Which has you not be prepared for it, because the problem is that in the campaign, like the main damage you're fighting is physical damage, right? Like so everything kind of like hits you and that does damage. Then you have in between some kind of elemental damage, but also not that much. Like it's really minimal. But as soon as you enter the campaign, suddenly you have to deal with ground effects doing tons of damage and all that kind of stuff, and you might just not be ready for it. Your body and your mind might not be ready to deal with the fallout of that. Oh, that is just a Lesser's Jeweler orb like that. That's actually plenty illegal. I mean, I found 3 already. Yes, these 3 I've been using. Those are 3 I found, Chan. Plan to go HP or Energy Shield. Energy Shield is not an option anymore, really, without Grim Feast. I just don't see the use, the way how you're going to make it work. as you're always going to be scrambling to either enhance like the time to start recharging, or you're going to be just consistently having some weird stutter gameplay going on where you wait for it. I'm going for HP with a lot of life regeneration right now, as that is just super simple to achieve. And that's it. Life regeneration for the win. I mean, I'm sitting at 96 life regen right now. 96, Chad. The game being harder right now is in a more fun way, at least during the campaign. Then, like I guess right now we still have the campaign endgame disconnect. So during the campaign, the game is harder a bit, but it's like the rewarding kind of harder, at least for me personally. Then if you enter the endgame also feels harder, but that's more like because they took out sources of survival. Damage is still good. I mean, I could do like, now my Hunters is, I don't know, not even 40 hours old, and I'm doing tier 15 maps, so it's super simple in terms of that. Like, you're right, like getting to tier 15 maps, cakewalk. Damage wise, things are still good, but just like the amount of times I have died to absolute nothing pretty much. And yell. Hit once. Hit twice. Hit 3 times. Win.
An ambush.
It is done. I should return to the caravan.
Good. Oh shit. I can now perfect strike level up. Deep Sam level up. Try level up. Falling Sam level up. Bone Shadow level up. Thank you. Thank you.
Beast. Time.
Who goes? You may goodbye. Take your time. I shall put this to use.
We have 109, 141. Mine is better. Wow, that's a lot. Without even like, with a 41% increase, it's just so much better than the base that we're rocking there. Illegal. Okay, we can finally go for the more strength. More strength is going to give me more life. And more stun threshold. And we're sitting at 188 strength, so that's good. I'm also sitting at almost 1,200 life. That is very good times 2.
I will tell your tale.
Did I just get cold damage? I knew I got cold damage. That's a robbery. That is a cold ass robbery. It's easy to stack damage than defense in PoE. The problem is that the defense stacking doesn't help. So I could now stack all the armor I want, but I would, like, let's say you stack all the damage in the game, okay? For a second. You stack all the damage in the game. But
You have your orders.
and then you kill everything, right? Because you stacked all the damage in the game. But now in comparison, if you stack all the defense in the game, you're not tanky. You're somewhat tanky, but you're not super tanky. Not like what you expect, right? So you can make yourself super powerful offensive powerhouse, but even if you stack the defense, it doesn't make you defensive to the point where you feel like, yay. You need like layers. Yes, you need layers of defense. Like have a shield with block chance on top of having enough armor, on top of having like some like life recoup or life regeneration and kind of that stuff. You play Bone Shadow with Impact Shockwave. I mean, right now it's just Bone Shadow with Impact Shockwave. We could put Execute on it, but honestly, it has simply not been needed. I mean, like right now, the Bone Shadow with Impact Shockwave has just been it. If my enemies are not dying to me landing on them, because to be honest, the leap kills most things. If I land right on you, you're dead. Butt slam. What beast aura would you settle for as a bleed huntress? I go for a temporal bubble, because the temporal bubble allows you to easier approach enemies, because with the temporal bubble in Tau, you're pretty much slowing everything that you're approaching, so that makes it way easier for you to actually walk into enemies. With a spear field, for example. Theoretically speaking, you can reach 15k energy shield with just gear and passive tree. That's a 200 divine build that does almost no damage. I think you'd still do enough damage. But also 15k energy shield is an overkill. There was a rollback. There wasn't really a rollback. Servers have just been servering around. So maybe you get unfortunately hit there. And I had to do Count Geonor twice and the Executioner twice now. Which is okay. If you have 120 total rests and get debuff 20%, you still kept at 76. Yes, 6 heals. So if you have 120 total rests, like you over rest, and someone would reduce your resistance by 40%, then you would go for the 120 minus the 40, and you would still end up with being resistanced. So in this case, over resting would actually do you a favor. At 20 rollbacks in the last 3 days, I gotta say this is the first actual rollback I have had. Maybe I'm just playing to lucky times. I mean, I play mostly here to this time. So rather morning-ish times, you know, early. Hee. And that probably helps to avoid getting hit by unfortunate rollbacks. No win. We got no time for this, brother. We're heading straight for Endgame Town. We want to ascend our 3rd time to really squeeze everything out of the Smith of Kitava. So far, I still haven't looked up any killer builds for the Smith of Kitava. I feel like fire spell on hit could be something great. But I also feel like with fire spell on hit, you actually are forced to play a different weapon. Because right now, what does fire spell on hit do on a mace that hits very, like, right? I'm not hitting fast. So for the inspiring ally thing, gem support does not apply to you. I tried meat shield and enormity. Well, that's good to know. Don't you need a lot of in for fire spell? Yeah, but that's not a problem. I mean, my hunters can easily get, for example, also the amount of int as the Smith of Kitava can. So getting the int is not the issue. You can figure ways out. But I feel that could lead to fun builds with the Smith of Kitava. I mean, the standard warrior route is obviously the easiest thing to just do with the Smith of Kitava. Just go for warrior, just get stronger, and then just, you know, go into the end game and beat the snot out of everything. That's obviously what you could just simply follow. But I feel like there's more to it. Does Rapid Assault count individually for fire spell and hit? Rapid Assault counts as 2 attacks. There is the start of the attack. That's 1 hit. And then you have 5 hits, and then you have the final strike. So, like, the Rapid Assault is not counting as 6 strikes. It's more counting as 2 strikes. Okay. I tried that actually out because it was like, hey, if I put a rage gem on, shouldn't I produce, like, tons of rage? I did, but not as much as I thought I would. Which ascendancy should you choose for your second phase of Smith? I went for here, the resistance. That everything fire resistance is all resistance, which means I just have to find item pieces with fire resistance now, and I will boost all my resistances, making me more tanky. I found that so enormously useful that I could just not take it. What do I want to mess around with? And currently, I would need the attack speed to pretty much attack faster. No, you know what? I need the skill cost to mana cost conversion. With 4 points, yeah, that was with 4 points. So the first 2 points are regenerate life and increase maximum life, and the next 2 points are fire resistance and fire resistance modifier. Hello. Ah! Let's try that. Let's try that again, chat. Okay. Hello? I mean, -3 fire resistance right now. Oops. Okay. All good things are 3. Does that give chaos rest too? No, it gives you fire and ice rest. I was willing to take it again, Chan. For the sake of just ending the fight, like, soon. Ah! Managed to get Temporal Bubble and Always Bleed. The Always Bleed ain't that useful, but the Temporal Bubble is obviously legendary.
Slow down.
I need more time.
Oh, come on now. I'm too slow. Help me. She's insane. Rydia might be single-handedly one of the more annoying bosses in the game, right? Oh my goodness. I got robbed, chat. I was positioned perfectly to just yoinky doinky doodle her. Oh, I didn't hit her? Because let me check my notes. Wait, we got this, chat. No, we didn't. I was like, if I pull this through and hit the hit, I win, right? We have -3 fire resistance right now, but that's not really influencing the fight here really much. Oh, I missed. Now I hit. Okay. Haha! Oh shit. I got robbed, Chan. I was going for the 500 IQ move, but the 500 IQ move didn't work.
I need more time.
I don't think you can actually hit her while she's on the ground. Right? Chan? Thank you. I don't think you can actually hit her with a perfect strike while she's on the ground.
Maybe she knows what's going on.
Crimson Amulet. Isn't there like a maximum life amulet? There is, right? Okay, that was like me being like very bad at the game, Chan.
My wares are renowned. Blessings.
And this is the life regeneration amulet. Increased maximum energy shield. Great.
All right.
Physical damage. Damage with elemental attacks. Technically, you want also damage with elemental attacks. As technically, well, see, that's fire resistance.
A wise choice.
And increased armor. Look at that item. And maximum mana. Okay, that was bad. That was bad. This is like more life regeneration than my current thing has. Like it's literally my current pair of pants, my current pair, just better. 114 max life. Oh, don't mind if I do, Chan. And also fire resistance, and suddenly we are sitting at very good resistance values. And also 1,400 life, which gives me 99.8 life regenerated per second. Ladies and gentlemen,
Move swiftly.
would you look at that? Would you look at that? By the way, what do you think, Chad? How would a new player right now feel that's starting to play Path of Exile 2? Like, let's assume you haven't played Path of Exile 2 before. Your friends have goaded you. They have told you it's the greatest ARPG in the world. And now you would start. Would it feel like... I guess you'd be fine with everything because you don't know how it's different. I feel dead? Nah. I mean, it wouldn't feel different from before. I guess if you play something like a Sorg, it's gonna feel bad with the micro stuns. That's for sure. It's probably the biggest issue right now you're facing, the micro stuns. These are definitely impeding the new player experience. As I mean, it's definitely something that's also impeding the now player, the standard player experience. The difficulty spikes. Is the difficulty really spiking? When you definitely have Jamanra as the hard gatekeeper. We call him the hard gatekeeper because that's what he is. Gatekeeper of Act 3. I'm going to use that one Exalted Orb on my weapon. So why not? People that are like, I mean, I remember my first playthrough from Act 1 to Act 3 Cruel was around 30 hours, right? Right now, I can do it in 8 to 10 hours. That's my usual playthroughs. So, as you say, a new player does not expect to zoom through the campaign too fast. Like, taking 30 hours to play from Act 1 to Act 3 Cruel is a fantastic first-timer experience. And that's like for someone who's actually experienced with ARPGs. So, I would assume, as someone who maybe is not experienced with ARPGs, you might actually take more than 30 hours. Not 100 about that. I'm loving it. I have a Souls background, so it's easy to compare. See that, like that's what I keep saying. If you're actually having an ARPG background, it might not be as good as having a like. Let's say you like to play single player games, because single player games tend to be challenging in their own rights, correct? So if you have a pure ARPG background, so you've played Diablo 4, you've played Last Epoch, you've played Diablo 2, all that kind of stuff, right? You might actually start playing Path of Exile 2, and you're like, wow, hard, wow. But if you have played a certain amount of single player games with a certain level of hardness and you have a Souls background, usually it clicks. Doing it again every league is a lot more overt. I disagree, but that's because I just like playing the campaign. I don't know what it is with ARPGs or with this game specifically, but I just really do like playing the campaign over and over again. Trying out new things. I guess I enjoy seeing like how things work better than other things, right? Like playing the, like I play with the Smith of Kitava right now, and in my head I'm consistently comparing it to my Huntress, right? In your mind's eye, you pretty much just every encounter you have, you're like, you know, with a Huntress, this was that and that difficult. Like seeing how much easier is it. You don't even have to kill her. I just like still killing her. A blacksmith mall. Ooh, this could be good. Frog warrior? Yes, frog warrior. I mean, with the stomping ground support, you're just doing so much damage on jump that it'd be stupid to not do it. Ooh! Was that a white stellar amulet? It was, right? That's a white stellar amulet, guys. Legendary item just dropped. Okay, this maul is technically better than my maul because it gives me like fire damage plus. Which would work fantastic with the things I do. A PoE 1 campaign is pain, PoE 2 campaign is love. I feel like it comes a lot down to the areas being smaller. I hope that like Path of Exile like focuses more on creating smaller, more meaningful areas. Because I never felt that area size contributes to better gameplay, right? I want to have a certain area size. In this area size, I want to be able to do meaningful things. And making an area bigger doesn't make it more fun. Like, right? So in the campaign, I know, like, see, I know how big this level is, for example, right? And it's a nice breathe through, and then I fight a boss. And then the next level, then I fight a boss. And then the next level, you know what I mean? So you just, like, not too long areas into cool boss fights. Hello, Mr. Jamanra. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. Let's tank that. Stun him. And done. That's it. Right? That was the phase. We win because we're better. Is it better to go first 4 points of Kitava into resistance or armor passives first? I went into armor passives first, Shadow, for here, maximum life and life regeneration. This will just make you an undying calamity. It is boring, or it seems boring, but since the worry itself is so much fun, it's like fine.
The Countess is do whatever it takes.
The needs some brows as long. All right.
Okay, we're currently sitting at 200 strength. I can almost use giant strength because look what we're hoarding, chat. I'm hoarding a 3 melee levels hammer. Yeah, I'm hoarding another +3 levels to melee skills. I'm hoarding another +3 levels to melee skills. I'm hoarding like a bunch of hammers with just leveled to melee skills because why not? Let's take that Stellar Amulet and actually Orb of Chance it. I've never been lucky with the Orbs of Chance, but... which color was Orb of Chance? Same? I'm never lucky. Never lucky! I would do it again. I regret nothing. Let me some worry about GGG, big GG. Well, I mean, technically Warrior get nerfed, right? Heavily. Because they kind of cut down on Perfect Strike to make Perfect Strike not so oppressive. Which is fine, if we're honest, because Perfect Strike used to be a little bit too strong. Now, Perfect Strike is still powerful, but it kind of fits the theme that it is a slower wind up into a more meaningful kabang, as it maybe should have been from the beginning. Because Perfect Strike might have been a little bit too kaboinky. Uncut skill gem 11, you say? 13, sorry. I keep finding the venom pits here in areas where I never expect them.
Snake woman.
A snake woman?
Serpent treachery.
I wasn't sure if that last one was actually going to hit, Chad.
Starry desert is
I'm gonna be honest.
a deadly place.
Okay, let's fix our mana consumption. The next 2 points, like here and here. So now we're gonna have all our skills cost life, which is fine. Like right there, there's a life cost to our skills. But with our 100 life regeneration, you're not even feeling it. Not even the slightest. Not even 2%. Boom. And level up. Last point put in. So now what happens is that my leap costs me 29 life and 36 mana. But you notice how my mana is not, like my life is not even dipping. Right? They announced a couple of changes after the Ziz interview. Armor break not as long or strong against us, and tempered weapon get a huge upgrade. I think the biggest change they have to do, and this is non-negotiable, there is no argument that I think anyone will bring against it. We need to revert the stun changes, that you're not going to micro-stun every 2 seconds, and you need to revert the elemental ailment changes. Because these are 2 things that are truly making the game feel slower and worse. While all the other updates, like if you look just at the pure content package, right? The rogue exiles, the 100 new support gems, the new ascendancies, all that stuff is like very exciting to me and makes me want to play more and more. But it gets a bit dampened then by the meta changes that made things partially more grueling than they had to be, if that makes sense. This is what I think personally. Like if I would say, like, what would make me happy, what would make me the most pleased with the game right now? Yeah, like those 2 things. Like obviously there's more that can always be done, there's more things that can be done, but alone taking care of the stuns and the ailment threshold alone, that would already lead to tons of happiness.
Did they really need all this to prove their faith?
Mirror drop would make me happy. Yeah, I guess that too. You can barely craft during campaign. Honestly, I've been getting tons of amazing stuff during the campaign, Morphig. So right now, currency-wise, I felt good. You need to keep in mind that you definitely want to disenchant all the yellow items to actually get enough regal orbs. That's a general lesson to learn. But I gotta say, like, currency drop wise, I was pleased. There can always be more, but I guess there gotta be a fine balance between more and just spamming. Because at the end of the day, you need to be considerate with your crafting resources, right? You can't just spam it away now. Which actually makes no sense, because once you actually reach the end game and you get yourself a divine orb, and then you trade a divine orb for 500 exiles and like 1,000 regals, you can suddenly slam everything. Something about Spearfield is providing inconsistent results. It is because Spearfield in itself is inconsistent, kids. Since you're putting the spear field down and then you like have to have enemies walk into it, but you're actually using knockbacks to make your enemies walk into it. But the placement of the spear field is inconsistent. Well, it's consistent but inconsistent. So you're kind of like having a damage that is dependent on the distance you have to the opponent with the knockback that you might be getting, plus then the placement of the actual independent spears. Right? Your spearfoot isn't pushing the enemies. You need to get the note here that says knock back bleeding enemies. And 1 and 2, and I didn't use up the charge, and 3. Then another 1, 2, and I didn't use up the charge, and 3. I have a 30% chance to not use up the charge, so I really often end up not actually using it up. Got a vendor for 2 million to open. I'm sorry, I'm poor. I cannot support you.
That wound, I shall grant you mercy.
I am poor. I need my money. Level do I need? 52. We're really gonna get more levels towards the end of the campaign right now.
I will rest now.
Is this cruel? Yeah, this is cruel. We're on our way to the end game. I think we're gonna end today's stream with level 65 roundabout. Depends on how the
My wares are renowned.
late game is going to feel.
To use. Take care.
Level 3 support gem. What do I want to do with that? We have everything. There's nothing really to do for. We have halved. Does half boost the damage of? Half? No, fire infusion is still doing better. I'm surprised concentrated effect would work better than heft. I have more physical damage, getting more. Wait, let me test. Where's my gold? Because I don't like using concentrated effect. I'm constantly trying to like get away from concentrated effect. We got primal armament. There is perfection with perfect time spreading. I actually put window of opportunity away.
This is not the place for violence.
Because window of opportunity was getting less amazing. Warrior with spear is very fun so far. I'm not surprised. Warrior with spear could also work with fire spell on hit. Because as the Smith of Kitava, you get this skill. It's called fire spell on hit. So gains 3 energy per power of enemies you hit with melee attacks. Modified by the percentage of the enemy's ailment threshold the hit will deal. Okay. So you get a attack and you get to do ailment. Preferable, right? Will deal energy gain, can only socket fire spells, and then triggers all socketed fire spells. What I think about is, might this be good for Spearfield?
Forsaken wasteland.
Because Spearfield is a really nice spam, right? So if we use Spearfield, maybe with fire spell on hit, could that be something? Like I want to believe that fire spell on hit is insane, but I also like, what fire spell would you use? What's the fire spell that would make sense to on hit? That's the bigger question, as I wouldn't even begin to formulate which one I would use. Totem build is broken. Oh, totem builds have been very strong since the very beginning, sir. And now that totems have actually gotten some more support gems, totems have gotten tons stronger. So I'm not surprised that totems are doing good. They actually did get nerfed though, because now the scaling of skilled past level 20 is weaker than before, because like usually when you went past level 20, you got like a lot of power out of it, but that power is now shrunken. Fireball? Yes, Fireball would be like kind of the obvious fire skill, but would Fireball really do it? Detonate death for fire spell and hit. That would require you to have corpses at any given point, so it kind of makes it useless versus bosses, right? Unless you would play sacrifice, but then we would have to play minions, and that wouldn't add up, right?
This This land of the dead has no end.
So that's the question. Which fire spell on hit would it be? Because fire spell on hit says also... It says spell, right? Can only socket its spells. So it can only socket a fire spell. And the only fire spell I can think about is always... Fireball. Because, for example, magma throw is an attack, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Totem Thunder build is strong, but takes a bit to come online. Well, Totem builds are not meant to be early game builds. That being said, you can actually level with a Totem build. I have done so. It is quite fun. You still have to, like, invest in your own power, like using Power Strike, end of the day. So you make build guides after you finish the campaign. Yes, we do usually 2 guides. So one is for the starter, so 1 to 65. And then we make a follow-up after 65 in the end game. Because a lot of things can change. For example, for the Hunters, the 1 to 65 is different than what 65 plus looks like. And that's what I like to iterate on often. I mean, for totem builds to really shine, right now they're kind of like functional, right? For totem builds to really shine, what we'll need in the long run is just more totem skills. Because we just don't have them yet. That will get fixed by getting the druid, as we assume. Because the druid is supposedly having more skills in that department. Oh wow, you just get almost 1 hit, 2 hit, Chad. 1 hit, 2 hit. Oh, I missed. Oh no! Not me! I'm innocent! Come on! Come on, bruv, don't be like that! We're doing it! This is the end game now. Are you looking forward to making an elemental huntress? Yes. I feel like I deserve the W there. Bring back into the server, please. How's the server been? Honestly, the server has been now the last 30 minutes fine. When we've been dingle-dangling between Amsterdam and Frankfurt. And it's weird, like, either the server works or the server doesn't work. So it's kind of like that. Okay, let me teleport straight away to the boss. I mean, I know the boss is there, so I guess I can just fast track. Wait, can I do that? Is there a faster way over the right side? Let's try. But earlier was terrible. Like an hour ago, there was like a bit of a performance slump for sure. That one's better now. Another person has logged into this account. Sorry, when? I would really like to know how another person logged into that account. Hackerman? No, I doubt it. I think like the last instance of my account is probably kicked me out. You know? This is more like a weird thing. So, that's that. Oh, what am I getting here? Ah. Move in. Yeah, the other server that crashed started up again. Exactly. You're pretty much like you're ping-ponging between your actual account, right? Let's try Milan was weird. Let's do Frankfurt then. See, there we're back again. Hackers draining those exalts. Which exalts? Like you're pretty much going from server weird to server feeling perfect. Okay, let's do this. I was doing so good in that fight, though. I'm pretty sad now. Okay, one. Oh, come on! Don't interrupt me. I'm killing your boy. One. I can't hit him. I can't hit him. 'Cause if you're inside of him, you can actually not hit him. It seems. Okay, I think the hitbox is only his frontal body. Like, right? I'm trying to hit it, but it's like only his face has a hitbox. I win! Fast teleport out to secure the W, Chad. Secure the W! You have no server issues, West Coast and A. I'll keep that in mind. Don't say it too loud or people will come flooding your server and never leave again. Okay, level 13 gems. Let's put them all away. Get that one done. I mean, honestly, since like taking care of the mana, things have been very nice. I like that. I don't have to worry about things. How do you feel about the new ascendancy? It's amazing. Like the new ascendancy is really good. It makes the warrior that was already strong just feel better. And I mean, like, warrior already felt super powerful. Just got perma stunned and killed level 60 trials. Yep, there's some mobs that do that to you. I mean, I've been in the Uzil. Like, you know these giants when you travel back to the past, right? Those giants. The big guys. They have an attack where they slam their fists into the earth. And if you are getting hit by the first earth hammering hit, then you're usually permanently stunned and die. That's it. Right? Well, once the first hit connects, and then you're just dead because you cannot escape anymore. Oh no, temporal bubble to Narnia. I'm out. I mean, seriously, he had like all the temporal bubble going on. Build update, please. I mean, let me finish the campaign, sir. Then let's get into the end game and actually do something end game related. Because right now we really have to get level 14 to check out how's Hammer of the Gods doing. Does anyone have Hammer of the Gods feedback? Because that used to be the warrior's greatest pride. You were so happy when you got Hammer of the Gods. And yeah, now, like, I don't know. It's kind of shite. Yeah, I mean, like, you only use it for bosses, but I'm not sure how much glory you can make versus bosses, right? I have a little bit the same problem with Combat Frenzy builds. So, you know the skill Combat Frenzy. The skill Combat Frenzy is there to make Frenzy charges. And making Frenzy charges is actually relatively easy if you're then playing versus monsters. So, like, while pushing through a map, for example, super simple to make Frenzy charges. But as soon as you're then in a boss fight, it's suddenly like, oh, frenzy charges is what you're looking for? Yeah, nope. No frenzy charges for you, my friend. Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. Unless I would find different ways to generate frenzy charges, but still. Yeah, it just feels bad in boss fights. Sniper's Mark. Does Sniper's Mark help with frenzy charges? I honestly have, like, I've never looked at Sniper's Mark. Never needed it for a single build, so can't even, like, I don't even know what Sniper's Mark does. You know? I literally couldn't even tell you what the skill does, so please educate me. I've generally never looked into it because you used to be so easy to make frenzy charges, right? Or endurance charges or power charges, whatever you're looking for. When you crit, you gain frenzy. That would work against bosses then. Sure, I can see that.
No chance.
But you wouldn't use it like during normal playing, right? For normal playing, you would want to use electrocute, pin, and whatsoever. Where's that last checkpoint that I'm looking for? I would have sworn it's going to be like here. It is. Okay, so frenzy charges. Then we can try something out. As I promised, chat, today we're not only playing the Smith of Kitava, we're also going to do something for the Huntress. Because I want to try out 2 things, okay? So we want to do Smith of Kitava all the way to the end, but then I want to show you something I came up with. And it's so cool. It was an Ice Lance, Herald of Ice Ash, Explosive Arrow mix wombo combo build. And then I tried a Spear Field, Explosive Arrow, 100k damage, super critical. Yes. What do we do? Ladies and gentlemen, we need more strength, technically. We also want more stuff, like, you know what? I'm just gonna do, like, here, the stun threshold. And strength booster. That's stun threshold and strength boosters, because stun is only what annoys me. As the dual weapons, you try them. I don't have enough strength. I'm at 205 strength. I could take Giant's Blood right now, but obviously I wouldn't have enough to wield 2 weapons. Because my main weapon currently is 83 strength, 88 strength, and 88 times 3 is... Chad, 88 times 3 is... 200? 300? I'm sorry for making you do math, but this is my prerogative as a content creator. Have my viewers do math. My greatest joy in life. Just give equations to Chad to have them think about it. So as you notice, we're very close to getting this done. And my next ascendancy could help with this because I could get 20% more strength. Chat. So I could get 20% more strength here. Like get 20% strength. Now I only have 200 strength. How much would 20% of that be? Okay. I mean, that one is simple. Come on now, chat. Fire spell and hit corpse explosion. Let's after we kill the giant, look at fire spells for a second, okay? I think everyone is interested to see if fire spell and hit could work. So we'll look at that. Like what for fire spells are possible. I mean, fire spells are, we don't have many, so it's not like we have many to look at. You said you hate the giant, correct? Then watch this. Because you just do that, and then you like, 1 hit, haha. 2 hits, haha. 3 hits, haha. 4 hits. Yeah. You just have to stand like in his armpit, because in his armpit you can't die. Okay. Just stand in his armpit. That's it. That's the whole secret to this. I'm curious about the summon weapon thingy. It hasn't felt good.
Whatever
Like, in order for the summon weapon thingy to be good, it needs to be equivalent damage that you have. Otherwise, it will just never feel good. That's the problem. Okay, now let's look at our gems, because we wanted to know what fire spell would be possible. So let's type in fire. So volcanic fissure is an attack, right? That's not a spell. Molten blast, also attack, not a spell. The only fire spells we have are currently found under elemental. So we get the Orb of Storms, this listed as fire. So we have the Solar Orb, we have Incinerate, you have Ember Fusillade, you got Flame Wall, you got Fireball, which would probably make the most sense, but you need a lot of int to make it work. We would have Firestorm, then you would have, that's it, Flame Blast. A Flame Blast would be terrible because we need Solar Orb first. So what else do we have? Anything else? Detonate Dead is a fire spell, so that's true. But for Detonate Dead, you would have to have corpses. So that's the problem that I see. Like, you need corpses. You don't have corpses, and doesn't work. That is not spells, obviously. But does bow have like a fire spell? They also count as attacks, right? I mean, you have Magnetic Salvo that also counts as an attack, so all count as an attack. Spear does have Spear of Solaris, but that's also an attack, right? These are all attacks, so they don't count as well, sadly. We got Crossbow, but crossbows are also attacks, so that doesn't count, sadly. So yeah, that means we pretty much have Detonate Dead and Fireball. So I could cause fireballs on hits, but the fireballs don't do that much damage, right? Like, I just try to understand how am I supposed to use fire spell on hit to really do crazy things? And I can't see it. I mean, like, you could technically do, come on, say it, brain. You could technically do a flammability curse.
Slaves. This goes against
Right? So technically a flammability curse to have your perfect strike do more damage. But that seems like washed. I guess the best that washed, heavily washed.
This is a grave.
Do the marks count as spells, Chad? The marks, like Sniper's Mark, EDC, do they count as spells? Infernal Cry might be good. Doesn't Infernal Cry count as a spell? It's a war cry, it's not a spell. You can't do that, I think. With Fireball, it's really good for AoE clear support. Yeah, but Warrior doesn't need AoE clear support. So like, the biggest problem is, I mean, even in Endgame, I can just jump around and bone shatter everything. So I don't need AoE clear support. I just don't, right? I can just hit things and shatter. Now obviously what I would like to see, if I leap and I could create enough energy with a leap that would trigger a lot of fireballs. I mean, imagine I leap and then boom, fireball explosion, everything dies. So that would be kind of cute. Right? Surely. That sounds more like fun than useful. Yeah, Druid has Volcano, so yes, if you could have Fire Spell on hit and then you do like Volcano stuff, that would be crazy. But so I would think that Grinding Gear games, when they brought out the Smith of Kitava and they had the Fire Spell on hit, that at least in the offices of the GGG company, one single person made a build work with that. Because why else would you release this ascendancy at this given point if you don't have a single build that works? You know what I mean? So I must assume that there is a way to use this in a good way. Is Elemental Discharge a spell, Gedrogue? I thought that's an attack or a trigger or something, but not a spell. Oh, you mean support? Firestorm triggers if the enemy is an idea, but Firestorm itself is like ass. Oh my lord. I wanted to kill them. Now I'm okay. Took some tips from the previous stream and you're happy with your smith now. What are you doing? If you might wanna like inundate us. What did you settle for with your smith?
I need more time.
Ow. I feel like I'm gonna get hit by the... I cannot see my charging up attack because his shield is too big. You can socket Infernal Cry in the fire spell and hit. You know what? We have to just try. Right? We're gonna get the fire spell on hit, and then we'll just simply have to try what can you socket into it. Okay, we haven't found the lady yet, Chad. We're still looking for the lady with the ladder. As always, my greatest bane. There she is! Lady! Why you've been hiding? Magma Barrier can hit 10 to 15 enemies with a single block, which should be enough for... to pop a spell. Oh, you mean you do a Magma Barrier and then you hit enemies? I mean, you like, what I would like to know is if the... does Resonating Shield count as melee hits? Like, if you go around and like, bomb, bomb, Resonating Shield, and then you could like trigger whatever spell you feel like. Like, if that would be a thing, like you walk into a pack and then you just go like, oh,
The path, do whatever it takes.
right? Like you're drumming up the support,
No need to run.
and suddenly like fireballs start like shooting out of you. Yeah, these malts, they just do more damage. Wait, I have an Orb of Alchemy, chat. That's terrible. I hate it here. I'm not good, Mr. Stark. I'm not good. Wait, let me do one thing. So we're gonna... Do we have like a third one? Shit, we don't have a third one of these. If I had a third one of these, I could have done something funny. Because these are level 48, right? I could have like turned them into... With another Regal, I could have gone for some Reforging. Fun fiesta. Okay, 2 more skill points. We reduced our thingies we get for more strength. We were looking to get this one here. 3% more max life. Not much, but it brings us up furthermore. We are sitting at almost enough strength to use the blood. So I'm trying to run Blood and Ash Heralds using Lacerate support on my lead through still figuring out the best way to put a Blood Herald to use, doing dual with 200 mazes, Blood and Ash. The good thing about the Blood Herald is that the Blood Herald deals unscalable physical damage, main. So it like you always do X damage with it, which is good. That means no matter how much blood loss you cause to your opponent, you can actually use the Blood Herald. So I see where you're going with this, right? So the Blood Herald is technically something as long as you're causing 1 bleed, right? It's good. Like you don't have to cause more than 1 bleed, because as long as the enemy has suffered blood loss, the Herald is going to explode for X damage. That seems decent to me, especially because the Blood Herald scales quite nicely up. That's why you can like always use it on the like no matter what you actually do on the Huntress, as long as you like get your enemies to bleed like once, it's kind of useful. So without even trying to scale the bleed, pretty much. That's my whole point. Is there a way to hide your helmet in PoE too? Yep, you do this. Ta-da. I know this is not the answer you wanted, but this is the answer I have for you. Doesn't the Herald explode a percentage of the accumulated blood loss? Yes, but the main damage is actually just the flat physical dust that scales up. Just for your calculations, I'll be back into this character in a hot second. So you have the Amazon. This Amazon does not have the Blood Herald running right now, but if you just look at the damage of the Blood Herald, they're mostly physical damage right now. I'll be back in a second. Blood. Gems. Herald of Blood. I put the Herald of Blood in, for example, instead of Combat Frenzy right now. You have like this. This is the damage it does pretty much just base with the explosion, right? So you get the unscalable damage. You get that, and you deal 15% of the exploded enemy's blood loss as unscalable physical attack damage. But this is your base damage, like the physical damage, and you can obviously scale that with physical damage gems. So like you could put in the not the one where you attack, not heavy swings, but you could, for example, put heft in. Boom, 30% more damage. That's that. There's some stuff you can do with Blood Herald to just have like a nice little bonus damage explosion happening, just like that. And obviously, the more physical damage you deal and the more physical damage you scale, the better it is. Oh, wait, that's the wrong warrior. Oops. At this point, we have so many warriors, and all of them are just having 200 maces. And I can't wait for bonus weapons, because, like, this is one thing I dislike about the warrior, right? No matter which build you're playing, no matter what you're doing, it's kind of like 200 maces, 200 maces, 200 maces. Kind of want to try out the other skills. Like, a warrior for me is more than just using maces. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking for a bunch of statues that give you lightning resistance. Has anyone seen a bunch of statues granting lightning resistance? I raised once, I raised twice. This might be my favorite area in the whole game with Warrior, as you're just guaranteed to be blasting through this one. And everything is guaranteed to not be able to stop you. The way this is like almost, we're almost at the end of everything, because Act 3 is going to be so short with Leap, as you're pretty much just flying through Act 3 without any hold up. Okay, we could do Giant's Blood again. I don't want to do Magnitude of Ignite. Hits that heavy stun inflict fire exposure. We get our stun threshold up. We get our life up. We get the strength up. We gain rage on melee hits. Why can I? What does requirements not met mean? Sir, that is confusing. In the shop, you can get the Hide Helmet pack. Pay to win. Why not use Firestorm? You can have permanent Firestorm around you while mapping. Yeah, but what for? Again, Warrior does not need more clearing potential. Warrior has all the clearing potential. I don't know if you've ever played a Warrior while mapping, but you pretty much just jump from pack to pack to pack to pack to pack, and you just one-hit explode them. That's also how it continues in mapping, right? Even like towards tier 15. The only thing where you might like want to look at for Warrior is like getting some more... Getting some more single target damage towards the bosses, but technically for that you also just have perfect strike. I mean, the whole warrior package is like really good. So I just right now don't see like very much how fire spell hid is going to add to this. Like you're rather just like with the Smith of Kitava have the perfect ascendancy to just be like an absolute undeniable killer tank. You didn't take the big note first. I thought I took the... No, I haven't taken the big note. Oh, I was heavily under the impression I had that big note already. Because now we're sitting at 218 strength. That's weird because I had taken the big node. You can use flame abilities, so you have a curse on hit. Yeah, flammability curse was my first idea. But is it really doing so much that it's worth it? 1, 2, and I get 3 actually. It's always my favorite part right now with the tireless support. One, 2, 3. Good. Easy as cake. Sorry, laddie. We ain't having it. Magma Barrier does an absolute insane amount of damage. I've seen like some intriguing Magma Barrier stuff, yes. So that was the whole area, D-Shard. That can take so long. It can absolutely take so long unless you're just like wibbity wobbity, bibbity bobbity. And you're flying through that. Lightning damage, that is maximum life 12. No, I need more maximum life. Everything is about maximum life, chat. You also need to check for white armor. White armor important.
Blessings. I hear you.
Okay, now to the Dreadnought, ladies and gentlemen. The Dreadnought being like super annoying, but I think our life recoup is working super good. Again, what support gem are we using for the people that just joined? On Leap, we got Unyielding, which recoups me life as I jump. It's so nice. I jump and recoup life. And then we have Bring to not overstun and Stomping Ground to do tons of damage. Which leads to my Leap being like way too good. Huh. I never tried that jump before. Let me farm you, nerds. Let me just farm you. I'm coming! So usually this would kill you because they're like, while you're traversing, they hit you and that hurts. But right now we're also healing while we're traversing. Due to our brand new perk. That leads to us being able to survive these. Fire spell on hit with gas grenade. Would that work? Would that work? I mean, it seems like many extra steps to achieve something that you could do with a unique item. Because you gotta consider that like you could also just use like a unique item to make that work. Alright, it does sound fun. Don't get me wrong. We're reaching for straws here. Yeah, it's like... This seems like funny, but funny doesn't make it good, right? When obviously we want something that's cool, but we also want something that has merit. Right, that makes actual sense. Lady with a shield, you're annoying. I hope you die. You're dead. We tried Holy Descent on Leap. It's very comfy. The problem with Holy Descent on Leap that it only works on landing, trading. Like you land and then it activates. For example, the damage recouped on jump means that as soon as you're landed, you instantly recoup the damage you have taken, right? So there's like no waiting. I land and recoup instantly. I usually play Holy Descent every single time, but the recoup node seems to work fine-ish. I mean, so far, I remember like dying way more often on my other warriors without that gem. You know, when I did some leaping around, that you always get to the point where sometimes you just get damaged too much and then you land and it's unfortunate and you die. So I've had very unfortunate deathies like that. But right now with the life recouping node, like, this is not happening. Okay, we can get Rage on melee hit. It's not like we do a lot of these melee hits, but getting some Rage is always preferred. Especially when you can do it without using support gems. Oh, that was greedy. I'm pushing further. Greedy is my middle name. Boom. Okay, there we are. Got a better temple mall that we don't need. Is there anything that would allow you to self-ignite? There is a couple of uniques that can help you with that. I'm kind of worried now about the Hunter's build I started leveling. Is it bad since you swapped? No, Manches. My Hunter's is level 80. I didn't swap. I just play more than one character, sir. I mean, like, she's 80. I could play until 85. But I have cleared with the Hunter's tier 15 maps. And I am in the endgame now. So there's pretty much nothing more to do. Apart from obviously hunting the Arbiter another time, but I've already done that one, so that's lost like some of its novelty. I enjoy how we're just like standing AFK versus Jamanra and that's it. He's gonna cast this to an end and then we're gonna go into the next area. The Bleed Hunter is still good to go. Yes. I did not stop playing her because she got bad. I just do other things, you know? I'm a content creator. I'm making content and playing the same character for like 3 to 20 days and never looking at anything different. Well, that's not content creating. That's gaming. Right? As much as I enjoy gaming and would like to play my Huntress day in, day out, I have a job to do, you know? Some investigative journalism on good builds. You're dead, Jamanra. Now I'm better. Mm-hmm.
This is not over. Not yet. I return you.
I'm better. The Jamanra area is great for screenshots, guys. Standing here making a screenshot. Okay, Act 3. And Act 3 is the biggest jumpy bumpy through in existence. Okay.
I hear you. No need to rush. Blessings. Need something? Signs guide you. Need some browse as long I'll unburden you.
Cultist hammer in terrible. That is better armor, chat. Better look. Mom, look, mom. Better armor. Very good. Far too nice.
Take care.
How can I better my perfect strike hit areas? Sometimes I miss them, even though I'm pretty sure I would have them hit them. Is it a skill issue? It's a skill issue of the skill, not of your skill issue, James. Sometimes if enemies are turned a certain way, if you staggered them on the ground, heavy stunned, the perfect strike can simply not hit them. Like, the hitboxes of some enemies just turn so weird. You're like, what the freaking frack, right?
It was I. All
I don't know much of your history, but all I see is a good man.
Yeah, give me a second. I need to read that WhatsApp chat because my children are being picked up by their auntie today. I need to make sure that everything is working because otherwise I would have to stream shorter. My wife is currently in Paris doing Paris things, and I'm at home doing gaming things. Mr. Luca Duca, thank you very much for your Prime subscription. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Stable. Chat, if you do have a Prime sub, feel free. Use away.
I will tell you a tale, Jinga.
Smith of Kitava, Fire Warrior with the cast on Ignite. We'll definitely be having to try out a lot of things with that cast on Ignite, and I can't wait. Okay, we're at 1,500 life, 108 life per second recharge, chat. That's mad. I mean, considering, so just like to draw like a comparison, my Huntress is currently in the end game, right? Tier 15 maps, and she has 1,600 life. Now, she's obviously a Huntress and not a warrior, but just to give you some life total comparisons. Oh, we found him. Yay! I never specifically tried to find him, but I'm also not mad if I do find him. He got handled, Chan.
corruption infests even the trees here.
Finally, I get a transcendent life flask that I can also use. We handled him. And he's made out of wood, so I guess it was okay that he dies to fire. That's the Roly. How did the wifey go with the studio setup? Studio is set up now. Obviously, existential dread now sets in. You know? The wifey has her amount of makeup customers that cover the cost of the store, but she obviously wants to, you know, like you obviously want to do that for more than just covering the cost, pretty much. So, you know, the usual existential dread sets in as soon as you open something. Like, oh my god, am I going to pay this? Is this okay? Is this going to work? What about the winter month? You know? The usual things. You know, when you build a house and you're like, but what if everything goes wrong? And then everything goes wrong, you know? Ah, beautiful existential dread. What's life without it, right? Keeps you on your toes. Now, what would life be with a little bit of existential dread around the corner? Seriously. How do you even function without, like, fearing for financial ruin at every corner? And scared of the tax offices picking you clean, right? Surely. That's just normal.
If you hear a click, duck.
Life is what happens when you try to make plans. Oh, you tell me, my friend. Are we able to substitute Perfect Strike with Hammer instead? What do you mean, Perfect Strike with Hammer? Like, Perfect Strike is needed. Perfect Strike is the one damage tool that Warrior has. Like, you could technically use Rolling Slam, but Rolling Slam is shitty because it doesn't work against every target. It's kind of weird. Like, because targets move, and then they just move out of what you're about to do. Just happens way too frequent, and it's really, really not fun. Let me tell you that much.
Come here.
Life is much better without such worries. Nah, those worries keep you up at night. But wait, I mean, those worries make you wake up in the morning and do your duties. Come on now. Just gotta harness the power of existential dread to hone your edge. In my experience, I prepare for the worst, so if it happens, it ain't that bad. Always. When as self-employed people, we are, like we used to have bad tax accountants, right? They weren't that good. We have a better tax accountant right now who explains more stuff. That's amazing. But since we have had a bad tax accountant, we have had some surprising run-ins with the tax offices. I mean, we could always pay everything, but it's always been like more than you expected, right? And now we have this lifelong dread whenever something tax related comes up that you can never have enough money on your bank account. You know, no matter what, like there's never enough because you're always like, but what if the you know, tax comes around the corner. Now we're just happy every time we actually don't have to pay that much. So thank you, new tax accountant. You're amazing. Make life easier. I mean, I didn't even get tax back this year because I paid too much. Can you imagine that, chat? Like years long of dreading, and now I didn't even get tax back. Which obviously gets put into the, but what if it happens again fund. You know? It comes right back into the, but what if it happens again fund. The problem with rolling slam is that you get in these situations where you either get staggered out of rolling slam while you're trying to do it, and or the enemy just moves really weirdly away from your rolling slam, and you just tend to not hit it. And that happens way too frequent. Ultimate life flask? Why am I getting as a level 51 a level 60 life flask? Then, you know what? That doesn't feel good. What am I going to do with that now? Look at it. I'm killing way too many mobs right now. I usually tend to like stop killing mobs at some point and just jump through because there's like locations to be at, pretty much. I would have never guessed that the priestess is here. Okay, let's take chaos resistance. Good old chaos resistance, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Actually, the 5 attributes would also not have been bad. Don't drink the water. Okay, lady. Keep that in mind. I'm still not level 52 to use my skill gems. It's so weird. I hope we can ascend a 3rd time today, because a 3rd ascension would really show the potential of the smith. What time is it? It's 1:31. We have like another 2.5 hours at this point of gameplay, just to give you a feeling for how long the stream is still lasting. Ow. I was just in the air, my friend. Coming in the air tonight. 1. Ow. 2. 3. Miss. And you obviously want the perfect strikes. Everything else is not worth it. The moment when you are the one that knocks. Okay, 3 more skill points. I wanted to get rage on hit, and if you would gain rage on hit to gain maximum rage on hit, so that I wanted to go for. I'm not entirely sure if that's actually even useful for what we're doing right now. I could get more armor and more defense against criticals. I could get more strength. I could get more attack speed, but again, I don't want the attack speed. This is my work by being empowered. We picked up the strength right here. This one is also a rage node. But actually, you want to have maximum rage. We could convert our mana cost into life cost completely, but I think a 50-50 split is actually doing it, surprisingly enough. I want to pick up Giant's Blood soon. When we're at 224 strength, I'm like very, very close to be able to do the dual wielding. I'm not sure if the dual wielding is worth it currently with the weaponry I have, but I want to try out how it would work if I would add the bonus skill ranks to it. What do you choose for your third? Right now it would be a resistance booster and melee damage probably. So I could, like, with my third ascension right now, I could get 75% bonus fire resistance, which would instantly resistance me out. That's it. Like, I take 75% fire resistance. I have all the resistances. I mean, right now my resistances are already great, just simply due to having the ascension. And that's crazy, but I could get so much more. I like all the streamers that support a thought of campaign being hard, long, and bad, or you have a different opinion. Physia, you are I mean, you're showing your cards already. You can't ask like that. I'm absolutely happy with the campaign, yes. I don't like the micro stuns. I don't like the elemental ailment threshold thingy. I do like the campaign how it is, but for me, like, I think you have to understand the difference between playing a game for the end game and playing a game for the game. Always Evil Gaming, thank you for the Prime Gaming support. Always Evil Gaming, good to see you there, buddy. I play Path of Exile for Path of Exile. I don't play Path of Exile for mapping, right? I don't play Path of Exile for endgame map blasting. That's my least amount of fun I'm having in the game. Of all the fun you can have in the game. So having a more meaningful campaign might it even be harder than it should be at times is, well, it's perfection. Always gaming from YouTube. I got it. Sir, thank you for spending your Prime sub here and coming from YouTube to do so. So that's kind of like how I feel personally. But that's also because I'm not playing for the end game. If you're playing for the end game, I think you're probably vibing different, right? That makes sense, I'd say. No Hawk, thanks for all the info. No, thank you for your 3rd month, sir. I'm here anyways, you know? The thing is, I'm here anyways. I'm talking to myself anyways, no matter how many of you are here. So actually having people here that listen to my random drivel is a thumbs up for me. Because I would do exactly the same with 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, you know? Doing the same. But having people to converse to, it's always a pleasure. And share info to, and have questions. Because otherwise I'll be having to make up the questions in my mind. This area, as a warrior, might be finally bearable. I would say this is one of the weakest areas in Act 3. I love the design in general, right? Like the whole village vibes you have here. But size and nuisance, and especially not knowing where to go, definitely I kind of feel like this area should be fixed into one direction like a tower. Does that make sense to you, Chad? This is a side mission, okay? This is not even a main mission. So you're meant to blast through this. So could that be like a tower where I start at point A and end at point B? Did GGG take away the expert weapons? No, they renamed them. So a spear is, for example, a jagged spear. That's level 52 spears. Or a Kelcum spear is level 65 spears. A massive spear is a level 59 spear. There's another one. So yeah, you're not missing out. You're not stupid. I mean, you might still be stupid and you might still be missing out. Okay, but this is not your fault. Oh, we have Hammer of the Gods finally, chat. We can try it out. Okay, let's get this. Let's get this socketed. Let's kill Jeffrey, Jimothy, Jebediah, Francis, Dave, Rolf, Harry. Good. Teleport out. So how does this work now? How does this work now? Level 12? No. Level 13. Hammer of the Gods. Build glory, then crush your enemies. Okay, requires 20 glory on use. Can't be evaded. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less damage. Impact radius 2.4 meters. Hammerfall duration 2.5 seconds. Glory by heavy stunning enemies. But if I heavy stun a big enemy, how much glory does that create? I don't know. So, what do? We go for gems. Germs. Then we pick out our level 13 germs. Where are our level 13 germs? Bling Slam. Spirit Germ. Okay. Heavy Swinks. Is there a way to create more glory? Tremors. I guess you're gonna ancestral boost it. Okay. Let's check how that works. And we get our little 10,000 damage super Wamber Slammer. Okay, I'm ready, Chan. I'm gonna stand there with the charged up perfect strike. We're gonna hit her, okay? Oh wow. I was about to stun her and she was like, nope, no stunning. I don't like the change. Well, I understand that they want to have these ultimate skills feel like ultimate skills. So like, I understand that, but I don't think that this is the way. Right? Okay, see now my Hammer of the Gods. So if you heavy stun her, you can use the hammer. Now we heavy stunned again. I guess it's fine. I mean, I'm like, I don't like it. I don't think it's a good change, but I guess it's fine. Like, right? I'm not gonna wet myself now because I'm mad. Like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it just adds complexity where it's not needed. That's pretty much how I feel about it too. I don't mind it being there. It's not like, oh no, my day is immeasurably ruined. But it's also like, but why is it there? Right? So like, yeah, it works. Sure. Hi. But why? So, but why? Oh, here, 24 fire resistance light. Let's go, Chad. That's huge. Just like your mom's booty. And that brings us up to almost resistance out. Have you found an ultimatum yet? What do you mean? I have a whole stash full of ultimatums. A whole stash. By the way, chat, they are looking for ways to permanently lock in areas that you have completed so that when you go to a side mission like the Azak Bog and then return, you're not coming down to this problem that you might have to redo an area because it took you like a little bit too long to do the Azak Bog. I like that change because I have been hit by that too, even though you were plenty fast. You're still coming to this point where it's like, oh, no, you were just like 1 minute too slow, haha. You get send. Okay, give me something. Come on. Oh, wow. Four weapons. Oh, what? I mean, like, this is my current weapon. That's what we have here.
Everything has its price.
Okay. That's a better plate. Already need that.
I know quality well.
Reached Act 3 crew with 143 deaths. Fun though. Like, don't have the amount of deathies weigh you down, sir.
They should know what to do with this.
Did I find the final? No, I haven't even found the final area yet. I have 2 pronged spears, one with level 52 and one with level 72. Yeah? I mean, right now, like just take the items that are better. There are like no expert items or anything. Like if an item is good, an item is good. Don't get too hung up by names. It's like, yeah. Names are just names at this point. Oh, Greater Mind Rune. I like that you actually find a lot of Greater Runes too. Not just the lesser ones, right? That they would spam you with lessers, so you have to upgrade them all. Anyone else, like, unhappy with the amount of runes that are dropping, or are you good with the amount of runes? Okay, let's find that nasty chimera.
Danger.
I knew it. Go, Tops.
Okay, what are we looking at? 242. And I could rearrange some skill points to instantly have more strength to be able to... wield my Giant's Blood. How much strength requirement does my new weapon have? It has 135. Yeah, that's a 300 strength weapon already. Fine. Hello, I am looking for the Chimera. Have you seen the Chimera? I am surprised she's not here. Level up. You know what? I should just make sure to reach Giant's Blood strength requirements for my one weapon and then pretty much just use a shield. That's it, right? Build guide, not for this right now, as we're trying, sir. Oh, come on. It vanished. Fall down, little shit. Oh, I forget. I have the hammer, chat. Wait, why did my hammer now go out? Hammer. Wait, my hammer didn't cast again. Ah, yeah, Chan. I don't know. Did I accidentally abort the hammer cast? That's a triple ascension level 61. Wait, it can be that low? I thought they have to be 65. They can be as low as 61? It's from 60, huh? For some reason, I was stuck at 65. Huh. Oh, no complaints. Right? Zero issues with that.
Feel my wrath.
Something happened with your spirit. Yeah, we gotta... I mean, we technically gotta find something to do with the spirit, but it's not like that warrior has anything to do with spirit. Like, I have the Herald of Ash, right? But nothing else right now.
Make me wary.
As there's nothing too amazing that I could put on. I mean, there's seriously, there's nothing. Not a single thing where I'm like, yeah, sure, we should totally take that. What do you use to make leap slam prime on every hit? Oh, that's actually pretty simple. You do use the gem called Bring. Bring says that the skill that you're using cannot stun. So you can bring someone up to 100% stunned, but you cannot stun. Which means that my leap pretty much creates an always stunned opponent, but it cannot actually stun the opponent. So I'm landing on them. They're getting primed for the stun, but that's about the extent of what leap can do to them. Incredibly useful. Has been feeling so far so good, but it's pretty much feeling like the stand. I mean, it feels like the standard warrior, only more sturdy. And when I mean more sturdy, I mean by a magnitude. Okay, Chad? Like, warrior has went from I don't die to I really don't die. Like, I mean, again, I have 100 life regen at this point. Like, usually later in the game, you get like 200-300 life regen when you do good, when you're like level 80 or something around that, and when you heavily invest into it. And I haven't even invested into it.
Sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near.
Slam dunk training. Well, the plan is if we could create a warrior that can kill with slamming. With jump slamming. Because it should be possible to do that. Okay, where is Blackjaw? Where have you hidden him? I would have assumed him here. He might be a bit further up, but would have put that under unlikely. Already have 2 soul cores. I don't need another. I'm stuck. I was stuck behind that table that I slammed into. Oh, come on now. Don't make it harder for me. I don't like that. Yeah, we could take Giant's Blood now, but Giant's Blood wouldn't do anything for us yet. Because we at least need another 40 strength to do that. We get the Rage. There's more Rage to technically have if I wanted to go for maximum Rage, right? Don't really have much damage floating around here. Thought would still be going in that direction. Isn't this the best warrior ascension? Well, the only reason that you're ascending with Titan is that the Titan gives you more max life, more strength, and it boosts all your small nodes. It's the only reason why you're ascending with Titan. There's no like, oh no, Titan is so cool, right? I want the bonus inventory space. Nah. It's like, it gives you max life, it gives you the smaller nodes being boosted, and that's it. But if I can get max life and more strength and more everything also with another ascendancy, what do I need the Titan for? As this can do so much more, pretty much. We still like the Hammer of the Gods, but it's like not the killer spell it used to be. Oh, I was about to hammer you again. Okay, now we get a permanent 10% fire resistance more, and since fire resistance goes for all resistance, I mean, look at my resistances, Chad. Look at them. This is during the campaign. This is not allowed to happen. You're not allowed to be so resistanced out usually. Is there a build coming and would be bleeding fire work? We tried bleeding fire with a spear field and explosive spear on the Amazon. It does somewhat work, yes. You can even play the Herald of Ash and the Herald of Blood both together. Quite efficient, I might say so. Boop. I wonder how they have actually never looked at Bone Shatter on the warrior. Because my Bone Shatter is playing one single support gem, right? That's it. And it's an absolutely devastating force. Not 2 support gems, not 3, 1 support gem. I'd like to not be a grown-up today, please. I feel you too. Can I hand in my grown-up card somewhere? Do I get a free day of being grown up? I think one with more strength would be nice. Nothing. Nothing. It's armor and more fire resistance. These are the exact same boots, chat. These are, in fact, the exact same boots. Life regeneration is going to come in handy. I'm trying to make bleed fire work with my smith. Fire going all right, though. Getting bleed to work efficiently, I'm still figuring out. Currently relying on lacerate support. You could take incision support as well. Incision support works following. The more incisions you put on the enemy, the more likely is your hit to bleed. They can have 10 incisions on them, and then there's a 100% chance to bleed, pretty much. Each incision is like 10% chance to bleed.
Come here!
Not bad. Kind of works.
Science won't save you.
It's been a long time since we've killed like a single rare opponent because they just don't like instant die. So we don't have time for you if you don't die when I jump on your face. Hello, anyone seen a medium soul core? That's what I'm looking for. James, lunch over. Take care, brother. Happy we could share some fun gaming with you. Thank you very much. They were like standing in the way. I couldn't reach the one I wanted to reach. Meanies. I have a certain like way of going through this area, and it has a lot to do with like the sound of these soul cores. Because if you traverse in like in a certain distance to the edges and so on, you always hear the soul core, right? If you bypass that. Oh, prismatic ring. Prismatic ring kept being kind of useless, right? I'm better off getting like a ring that gives me 30 fire resistance and then another 20 fire resistance or so. Alone that ring would give me 25 all resistance. Oh, there, I heard it. You heard it too, right, Chad? The gem is close by. Can someone in chat help me kill Doriani normal act? I will say this, and I'll say this with all the love of my heart, but you really got to be able to kill Doriani normal act. Because otherwise, if you get to Doriani and you can't kill him, it means that something is not working in your build. I mean, you might have bad equipment, right? You might not have the right damaging weapon, but something needs to work in your build. My perfect strike doesn't deal as much as you did in Act 3. Well, it might be that you don't have the same passives as I have. So I for example, invested heavily in the perfect strike, that my perfect strike would do more damage, because then you go for Warcry, perfect strike. That's your bread and butter. That's how you get the damage together. Very important. And you obviously need to hit the perfect strike. Right? I mean, the perfect strike does not do automatically the damage. You need to actually perfect strike with a perfect strike. Now, I know that sounds trivial, but I still feel like I should mention it. Uh-huh. I heard the gem. There you are, Mr. Medium Soul Core. I want it! The first two support gems on Bone Shatter are Impact, Shockwave, and Concentrated Effect. I'll be honest with you, I have never put a second gem on Bone Shredder. right now. I have been playing without 2 support gems on Bone Shatter the whole time, as it's just been working. Make out of that what you want. I mean, Bone Shatter just kills things, right? You don't actually need a Bone Shatter further to do something. What can I use with Tyranny's Grip Ironhat Spear? I don't know what Tyranny's Grip Ironhat Spear does, sir. I mean, it's nice that you think I know, but I don't, so I don't. I really do not.
Back to the central chamber.
Does your movement speed affect how far you can leap? No, it's how far you click on the side of your screen. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Like, you have to hover all the way to the side of your screen and then you jump further. That's also why white screen screens can leap a bit further. Is using blood instead of mana good for warrior? Yes, if you have enough life regeneration. I mean, right now I have 100 life per second. My leap cost me 40 mana and 32 life. If it would cost me 72 life, I could still afford it. You gotta be able to afford it. Okay. And you're dead. If I could hit you without getting pushed back. Good. If I move my monitor mid-leap, do I leap further? You know the answer to that already. Obviously not. No problem. I'm only here to help. Good, let's send that in, and from this point on, we just gotta jump through the Matlan waterways, then through the Lost City, kill the Queen, and in, what, 30 minutes, we're done with the act? Maybe 40 minutes? So that would be already in the endgame then. Pretty good. Just to give you a comparison, the fastest I finished the campaign with Warrior was level, I think, 52. So just playing exactly the same way we've been playing here. But I do believe with the Impact Shockwave, I've actually killed more enemies than ever. Impact Shockwave actually doing really good.
It still works.
Any problems? Nope. This has been the smoothest sailing playthrough of all my 14 playthroughs yet. Even smoother than OG Monk. And that's all thanks to Smith of Kitava making it so much better. So thank you. The ascendancy is definitely when you want to have, like, you know, an easier life. That's exactly what the Smith of Kitava is providing. He got face slammed. He got face slammed. Hello, big dudes. Okay, listen, guys. You shouldn't have all been getting stunned. That was not on the cards. What do you have, Bone Crush? Right now, only Impact Shockwave. And you literally don't need more. Okay, listen, sir. Not cool if you're running away.
We meet again.
Has any one of you met a Radiant Wisp? Radiant Wisp are these wisps that make rare enemies into bosses and magic enemies into rares. It's actually crazy. Sadly, I never had one. Devastate work well on it. You could use execute on it as well. You just don't need devastate or anything. Like you simply don't need anything on the bone crush, right? So on the bone shatter, you could use execute. You can use concentrated effect. You can use heavy swings if you feel like it. You can even use heft. All these things. But you also simply don't need it. Because for some reason, this attack just deals an obnoxious amount of damage, more than it legally should in any given way. Which I'm not mad about, don't get me wrong. Very happy about the signature skill being so much the signature skill. Feels weird though that like every skill got taken down a pack, but that one warrior skill that has been like very powerful since forever, and that's pretty much the staple for warrior. Yeah. That one is untouched. Don't get it nerfed? I don't want it to get nerfed, but you know, you're just asking yourself, so many things get hit by the nerf hammer, and then that skill that's clearly powerful to no end just stays that powerful. You know, like, interesting design choice, grinding gear games. That's fine though. Gotta enjoy what's still good. Boom, everyone dead. See, like that bone shatter. I'm not even trying. I mean, that being said, bone shatter needs you to prime them for stun. So if you're not priming enemies for stun continuously, then it's not working. And I mean, like, this is the whole class, right? Like doing something and then bone shattering, doing something and then bone shattering. That's warrior in a nutshell. That's why warrior exists. What's your plan for the ascendancy? Right now, to become tanky as F, as you can technically make you yourself have 90 maximum resistance. I'm talking about 90, chat, not 19. Right? You can have 90 maximum resistance in every single resistance, apart from chaos, obviously. But I think that sounds fairly cool of that being a thing, right? Did you talk about the 2-hour interview that came out yesterday? No. I also did not watch it. I like there's a lot of these interviews coming out, right? And I'm just like, it's like I try to watch them, but it's so much blah blah blah. Sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful. Like, they're taking their times to make these interviews, right? But they're saying so much with so, like, they're saying so few with so much, and often it's like very vague things. Where maybe in the 2-hour interview, there's maybe like 10 to 15 minutes of interesting things, if even. I cannot make me watch them. Not my cup of tea. Might be sounding a bit unfair towards them, right? Apparently, Zizarin's 9 things he asked about are all getting buffed next patch. Well, that sounds good. Talking about streamers influencing the game. God damn it. Normal people just can't have fun anymore, huh? Axter, when are you planning to the first video on this build? Probably tomorrow. I mean, it depends what our Hunter's experiment reveals today, because as I said, we're going to enter the endgame with the Smith of Kitava, but then we're also going to show you some Hunter stuff. How goes gaming? Pretty good. I mean, we're almost through with the campaign on the Smith of Kitava, so very happy with our results. Is there really a Builder's Warrior with custom armor? I can't tell you yet, Peter. Like, things have changed with some of the support gems, so don't look at it just like the ascendancy being different. So some of the support gems have changed that make this play different now. That is certainly true. Oh, could you refresh that, please? Right? 320 armor, chat. 320 armor. Look, mom. No hands. Peppa. It's funny, like, we're running around with 53 armor. That's nothing. Like, we don't have any defense.
Now the true search can begin.
Jonathan was really defensive. Mark was the voice of reason. I like Jonathan as a person. I do feel like, though, Jonathan is one of these developers that has a vision and he wants to make his vision work out. And that's a problem, because it's good if a developer has a vision, but that vision also got to align with what the people actually want and not just how you want your game to be, right? And this is the feeling I have from, like, I met Jonathan at Gamescom, right? And like, that's the feeling I immediately had with him. Like he has his grand vision of what he wants the game to look like, play like, feel like, vibe like, right? But that vision doesn't necessarily align with what the people would play, feel like, vibe like, enjoy. And this disconnect between the developer and the community can cause issues down the line and be rather bad for the game than good for the game, right? And I'm happy if developers actually have a vision, because often, like, you could see it with PUBG, for example. The developers never had a vision and always kind of like just tried to make things work, but actually they were terrible at it. And then someone with a someone power tripping in the background made like weird decisions. Zizarin was too whiny. The game is too hard. Well, game's too hard is a legit complaint, right? I feel like a lot of the old PoE 1 content creators are still looking at the game through a PoE 1 lens. I mean, for me, the difficulty of the game is right on spot, apart from the mini stuns that just make no sense and are frustrating. Right? Difficulty needs to equate to actual difficulty, if that makes sense. Having a challenging boss fight where you need to understand what the boss does and kill him, that's difficult. Getting micro-stunned is not difficult. Correct? That's not difficulty, that's just bullshit. You know, it's like when you play a single-player game and you can choose between medium and hard difficulty. And medium difficulty is like how the game is intended to be played, and it's just difficult. And then hard difficulty is just every mob has 500% HP more, and every mob does 500% more damage. Well, so that's not making the game more difficult, it's just making it more tedious, right? It didn't. And the same goes like with the micro stuns, right? Like they're not making the game more difficult. They're not introducing a bonus challenge. They're just like, why? Microstunts are easy to fix. Get Rogue, it's not about that microstunts are easy to fix with, like, you can definitely play an unbreakable gem, sure. You could also go for more stun threshold in your passive tree. But it's just like makes no sense even to be there. Like, you can already get stunned. You can get staggered out of your hits. That all happened already. But now on top, like, you added a level of bullshit that just doesn't do anything good for the game. But yeah, mostly I really don't watch these interviews because honestly, it's just often nothing interesting. It's not even like that the interviewers are bad or that the developers are bad. It's just, yeah. I'd rather skim through it or have AI sum it up to me and then just like get my answers and have them. Then watch them blabber around for 2 hours. Yeah, the blog posts are very informative. Exactly. Their blog posts are great. They're on point. They give you actual information to deal with, right? That's a good thing. Notice that it doesn't often as much like before needed to be elemental ailment resistance. Stun threshold means something. Yeah, or just remove these things. You know, like Path of Exile 2 is one of these games that has a lot of systems, right? And then it has like a little bit more systems, and then on top of systems, there are systems that are building up on systems. And like, I agree that elemental ailment threshold and stun threshold didn't mean much. But making it harder or making it like forcing you to deal with it like in a way that just makes it annoying does not, you know, make a threshold matter suddenly. It's like, so why don't we just then remove the threshold from the game? You know? Why does there have to be that threshold? Maybe just the threshold shouldn't be there. You could say the same for accuracy. I mean, that is a box of Pandora that casters don't want to deal with. Okay, I got my 20 glory now, chat. Is there a glory counter somewhere? Aha! Boom. Glory counter. Boom. I mean, like, one thing about the 20 glory for cast, at least you know when to cast it. So, you know, with the Hammer of the Gods right now, like usually you cast it at the beginning of the fight to get the cooldown back to then use it. So, like, right now with the glory, you at least know, like, you know, I stun, I use. And then I stun, I use. So, like, you have the perfect moment to utilize it. Does that make sense? Seismic Cry? I have never played with Seismic Cry. I never liked it. Oh, what did it do again? Oh, it just made a... Yeah, it was for Aftershock. Yeah, sure. I'm mostly too lazy to use it. I remember why I'm not using it, because I'm mostly too lazy to use it. I mean, I already have my... you already have your Infernal Cry, right? So I just use the Infernal Cry to empower the Hammer of the Gods. I'm not... Can you actually double Warcry empower things? I don't even know. I never try. Yeah, it ensures the Aftershock for the Hammer of God. I do understand that. Don't get me wrong. I do get it. But the Hammer of the God is by no means like any way like damage I actually need at the given point right now. right? The Hammer of the Gods is pretty much just there because I have it. We try ballistas. I will certainly try ballistas, Gene. Right now, I'm planning to finish the campaign with the most convenient playthrough, and that would be Smith of Kitava, maximum survival into the Bone Shatter Perfect Strike. That's just what makes sense, right? It's just so good, and therefore I focus on that right now. To then later, after we get into the end game, consider potential changes if they're needed. The sun can't even burn my life regeneration, chat. Look at that. So we have like 44% fire resistance due to, well, fire resistance giving me all resistance. And we have 110 life per second. So I can't actually die. Kind of funny.
What incredible and terrifying wonders.
No chance.
We're not killing anything? Nah, you know how it is, John. Killing things Muban. Was 56 for new skills? 58. Good after, Boob, Xanius. Is Bone Shatter always used then? Yes, Bone Shatter is too good to not use. Oh, doorbell. We're gonna get him stunned again. Oh no 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 no. Come down here. Ow. Oh wow, I did not expect that laser to actually kill me. I did not expect the laser to kill me. It's probably the only boss where flammability curse would make sense, right? Chat? Ah! Hammer! It's actually so sad how few damage the hammer deals. Like compared to the perfect strike, right?
Ingenuity never ceases to amaze me. Hey,
Investigate platform.
these runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's
I feel like we need to
blood,
skip for this.
offering, it's someone of vile blood. Perhaps if I...
You hated the boss the first time you came up against him because you probably had minus fire resistance. But he's like one of the easiest bosses in the game. But if you have no fire resistance, he might actually put up a fight, right? He might be like complicated at some point. Just would be like, nah, you should not kill me. Okay, who's excited for the Huntress, by the way, I'm about to show you after we're done with the warrior today, Chan? It's some cool stuff cooking. That is not a lot of physical damage. I feel like we haven't, like, at all, even remotely gotten anything interesting. And it saddens me. Lightning Spear is so fun. No, we're not going to do Lightning Spear. Trying some other things. I mean, Lightning Spear is known to work, so that's nothing, like, fun to do anymore. Well, that Lightning Spear does what Lightning Spear does. I'm currently tinkering with fire funsies, and I was doing some ice shenanigans. I'm not 100% there yet. It's big work in progress.
There they are.
Hello, nerds.
What are you doing?
Okay, well, let's go.
I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Lightning Spear definitely gonna get nerfed. See, like, I don't understand one thing, chat. A lot of things got nerfed, right? But why did they again buff Lightning Spear a few days ago? I mean, Lightning Spear was already, like, when you looked at the Herald version of the Lightning Spear gameplay, right? It was already doing things that like, pretty much Ice Strike Monk used to do, right? And then in one of these blog posts, they were like, hey, we buffed Lightning Spear, but another 25%. So you're like, but why? Like, we're just nerfing everything. So could you explain that, GGG? Like, we pretty much nerfed everything, and then it's like, hey, but listen, we actually buffed Lightning Spear. Yeah. So okay, cool, but can you elaborate? Ooh. Wasn't that the one that revives the boss 3 times? This might just be perfect for perfect strike, right? It's like, oh yeah, could you give me another round and another round? Woo! Okay. You got one more? You got one more in you? No. Okay, sad face. I've taken another round, chat. Final round there. Can you give someone a TLD on what supports he's using? Stomping Ground, Bring, and Unyielding for Leap Slam. Hammer of the Gods with heavy swings and Fist of War. Perfect Strike has Martial Tempo, Wind of Opportunity, and Fire Infusion. Belt of Ashes, Magnified Effect, and Vitality. Infernal Cries, Tireless, Premeditation, and Raging Cry, and Bone Shadows right now only impact Shockwave.
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva the Lie, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her!
Bam! In the
Bring her
face.
to Doriani.
Poor
As
Elva.
for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
As expected.
Okay.
You will fall before us. You are nothing but a
I
load.
need more time.
The Kelly's back.
Give me a second, chat. Something Buggeroo need. Something Buggeroo need. I need to fix something. Remind me later. And finally, Let's not die here for a second. I'm alive. I'm alive.
I shall crush you! Hey! Sharp is the mind.
Hey, listen, lady. Listen, lady. Boom. Any plans on a Hex Blast switch? Didn't Hex Blast get buffed, nerfed, altered? If I'm not mistaken. Wasn't there something with Hex Blast? Isn't it bugged right now? I never liked Hex Blast to begin with, so probably no interest with Hex Blast. Not a skill I've been really putting any thought into ever. There's so many of the biggies here. Yes, give me that heart. Nice, nice. I would die for that. Like getting that heart finally without having to farm is so good. Okay, let's go. Hex Blast require half the curse duration to expire before it can be consumed. Sounds bad. I mean, does that mean you gotta make your curses be like shorter? Yeah. Any tip to make evasion even count as a defensive option seems useless. No, evasion is not useless. The problem is evasion only evades hits. Okay? So you cannot evade area effects. If someone casts a corpse explosion on the ground, if someone does a slam attack on the ground, this cannot be evaded. Which means if you think like, haha, like the enemy is hitting me, I'm evading everything. Yeah, you are. As long as they are just hitting you. As soon as they just start doing something that's not just hitting, well, congratulations, you get hit. Unless you have acrobatics. Now, in order to make acrobatics work, though, you need shit tons of evasion rating. So before using acrobatics, you should at least have 80% evasion rating. And then you can actually use acrobatics. You use acrobatics before having a shit ton of evasion rating, it will just not feel good. Ja, bitte, Aria. Nein, ich werde später essen. Danke, Mädels. Aber ihr dürft jetzt gerne... Nee, ich muss... Nein, ich muss später... Ich werde später in Ruhe essen. Aber guten Appetit euch. Sorry, tiny humans wanted to give me food. But I cannot food right now because I'm PoE playing. But they came down and thought about me. That's a win in my books. A Coop, howdy partner. So yeah, I don't like evasion as a defensive tool per se because I feel like evasion is a flawed concept. You know?
I need more time.
Huh. You tried to escape. So evasion does feel like a flawed concept in my eyes. Where it kind of works in the campaign because in the campaign you just get hit. But as soon as you're in mapping stage, everything does ground effects. Everything does ground effects. Everything and their mom does ground effects. What do I take first? This or do I want to take this first? I'm gonna take the physical damage first, right? Boost my damage further. It works 90% great and then 10% it doesn't. Yeah, that's the problem with evasion. The evasion is a percentile based chance of evasion. Which means that even with 80% evasion rating, you get hit 20% of the time, but 20% of the time can still be 10 hits in a row. It's just unlikely to be 10 hits in a row, but that doesn't mean it can't be 10 hits in a row, right? Statistics doesn't mean that 80% evasion means that like 8 hits you evade and 2 hits you take. You could take 10 hits in a row and then still avoid the next 10 as well. It's like unlikely that this happens. Which is the best stat armor block? Well, technically, armor just straight up mitigates damage. It just makes it less damage. That doesn't help you, though, against the ground effects, too, as the ground effects are all elemental and not physical. Yay. Energy Shield was the one solution because Energy Shield just works on everything. Only that chaos damage did hit you twice as hard, but that didn't matter because you could at least block everything with it. And before you ask, no, I don't have a solution. I don't know how to make it better. I don't know what to do. I'm not a professional. Just play computer games. Just try to have fun. I don't have solutions. I just have complaints. Now, I don't know how to solve this issue. I just know that I don't like things. Oh, we wanted to talk to the hooded one. Refund a passive to get myself more physical damage. So I have more physical damage to turn into other things. Yeah, we're fine with that. I have jewels to use right now. Armor's only use always hits, no area damage. No, let's say the enemy does a slam attack, right? A slam, like, physical damage slam, though. You also mitigate that. But if the enemy throws a fireball at you, like, you have your resistances to reduce that fireball, but your armor doesn't help anything there, right? Energy Shield would also help with the fireball. If chaos damage comes to you, it doesn't help there as well, like, right? Your armor doesn't reduce chaos damage. If you get... If you walk into a burning ground, like, yeah, your resistance again, but not your armor in any way. That's like all where Energy Shield was obviously like somewhat superior, because Energy Shield just helps you with anything in any situation. When you walk into burning ground, you lose Energy Shield. Fine. Obviously, you had to recharge Energy Shield. That was what Grim Feast was there for, which is not there anymore. Even more physical damage. Thank you very much. That's where you need multiple layers of defense. You can't rely on one thing. That is as true as it goes. But not always that easy. Also not always so obvious. How to build up decent multiple layers of defense. I'm trying to jump over there. Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Doriani. Boink. Fire resistant. Eat my hammer. Sorry. 5 to 88 lightning damage. Cool. Useless.
So, at the eve of the end.
What are some upsides of armor? Well, armor is just always there, right? It's just physical damage reduction. Like, it works on every normal hit. It just works. Okay, trying to perfect strike Doriani is somewhat complicated, chat, because Doriani actually just doesn't stand still. When you're trying to hit him, he just goes around. Like I've been trying to perfect strike Doriani, and he just sails around you. Okay, at least we got him. So right now I can't do damage to him anymore. So I gotta wait until he's done doing things.
5 moves ahead. Pathetic. I can't give up. I must save my people.
I must save my people.
It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed.
Yes, face me with your true might.
I will burn you alive.
Take that!
Inconceivable. You will pay for this.
They're like, it just doesn't even do good damage.
I can't yet.
What is the? Oh, I can tank it. I can take that.
This is not over yet.
Huh!
Full power.
I can totally take that too because it's fire. I win. Would be nice if they reverted the Hammers of the God change. I think the more I play with Hammer of the Gods, the more I'm fine with it.
This happened. All I've done.
I don't think it's needed for the game to be better.
History is already written.
I don't think it's a good solution. It's just like, I don't mind. It's okay.
Save the future.
Right? That was easy. Level 57. We finished this. Time played is 8 hours, 51 minutes. A bit on the slower side. I could have done it in less, but it's good. I like it. Well, it was a fine one, chat. A fine one. Bigger question is now, how does the start of mapping feel with the changes, right? I struggle with my minions. Well, minions did get nerfed, altered, changed. So I'm not surprised that minions felt worse. So chat, we technically have this one with level 61, huh?
We will see about it.
What can we now do up and entering Endgame, ladies and gentlemen? What can we do to technically instantly have the perfect start into the Endgame? That's very simple. It's also very sad at the same time because I have yet to get a single fire resistance ring. Can you believe that I haven't gotten a single fire resistance ring, chat? Because I haven't. Go to the lady, check if she has anything amazing going on. Nothing, only shite. Ooh, that's maximum mana. That's useless. I was assuming that was maximum life. I found like a single resistance ring. So we're gonna like talk to the lady, sell her everything, sell that. Now I want to see, like, if I now go for fire resistance, right? Because we have fire resistance rings here. This is 30, this is 24, that is 20, 21, that is 20. Let me take the 31 here. We have a chaos resistance ring with fire resistance. See, like, if you take this one, right? We would instantly see that's 44 and 38 and 17. So almost fully resistanced out while actually having 35% chaos resistance. That's crazy. I have another one like chaos resistance. What do we have? This one has cold resi. One has chaos. Let's see if we can find like an interesting one that does things for us, right? There was chaos. That is looking for a chaos fire one. That's a like little bit only. I don't like that. That's 7 chaos. That's 8 chaos. It should have 10 chaos or it can go home. 12 chaos. 12 chaos. 9 can go home. Here, that one has physical damage and mana regeneration. Give me one of these. Ah, fire resistance. There we go. There we go, chat. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Look. Okay, so sitting at almost fully resistance out. This is just so stupid. And now what we can do, look at our chest piece, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, our chest piece. Don't forget, we have a chest piece with 2 sockets. It's not that we need that chest piece with 2 sockets, right? So we go for fire resistance. Then we make ourselves 2 bigger fire resistance gemsies here. Sorry. Make a bigger one. Make a bigger one. Right? So we take another 14% in there and another 14% in there. Even though I could have just taken the other 2, but like here. Ta-da! And we're done. Good. Now I just need to get to level 61 and I could already ascend. So how is the first map gonna feel now with fully resistanced out? Let's actually put on the Bone Shatter a heft. So we just have at least something, you know, on that Bone Shatter. Let's do the first map. Oh, shit, I don't want to do any of my maps here. Oh, you know what? Just do. Okay, that's level 65. Okay, Chad. That, level 65 and I am level 57. Okay. That's somewhat of a difference. Like, technically, this should be bad. But practically, we can still, like, just one-hit everything. We have the defense, obviously. That's what we said. Like, right, there's still physical damage happening here. But, like, see, I just have enough armor that this is not feeling too bad. I don't have a lot of armor, but just enough. Right? 50% is fine. That mitigates some. But with my leaping, with my life regeneration, because, again, we have, what is it right now? We have 137 life regen. That's good. 137 on, like, 1,700 life. That works. Were you entering endgame? Were you entering endgame, chat? Okay, where's that elite you're looking for, sir? Where are you going, little wisp? Where's he going, chat? Where's he going? I really like this build as a hidden gem this league. I mean, oh, my wife's calling. Yeah, bitte. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, wife. Sorry. Wife is in Paris. And she wanted to know if all the children are healthy home. And obviously, if you call and don't get an answer, the first thought is something happened. Danger. My mom's senses are tingling. As usual. Okay, so right now, are we feeling like we don't have it? Because I feel like we have it, chat, right? I mean, for our first map, I feel like I should get more XP. Not gonna lie. We're doing a map that's like 10 billion levels above me. What we should do right now is we should get ourselves the dual-handed. Okay. So the... Giant's Blood, and then we should use a shield. The crazy part right now is, like, my hunters entered the end game, and I just died on my first map how many times, Chad? Does anyone recall? Like, right, the hunters entered the end game, and I was like, oh, I died. Oh, I died again. I died again. Yep, so I died. I died again. Like, oh, I died there, and I died again. I mean, have we even come close to dying a single time right now? Cry, hammer, and dead. Ah, 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 ah. I never used shield before this. I never like shield is very useful. The most fun part about shield is when you suddenly start blocking hits and you actually notice it, like how much damage you're mitigating. So you're like, wow, all that damage that I didn't take because I have a shield? Great. Absolutely demolishing the guy. Oh, no, 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 no. He was like, this won't stand. Stop the gloating right now, Chan. Okay, cry. Hammer. Oh. Okay, first map completed, ladies and gentlemen. Not a single struggle. Because 75, 69, 48. I still call that illegal. It's just Smith of Kitava, just not okay. So my question rather is, can we ascend super early? Because technically the ascension again is also like your third ascension is not happening that easy because you're like waiting the whole time to get your resistances up that you can then properly ascend to, right? Because if you don't have the resistances, how are you going to be ascending? Get your ass beaten.
Move along now.
Have you found more of what?
Unless you are, in fact, just simply ascending. Oh, wow, I can buy tier... Like, I forget that I can buy all these maps. Yeah, I literally... Like, I was like, wow, I can buy all these maps from you, Doriani? That's pretty PogChamp. It's kind of clutch, brother.
Deceptive.
What do you think about strength stacking with Splinter of Loretta? I don't know what Splinter of Loretta does. I've never seen the item before, so I don't think anything about strength stacking with Splinter of Loretta, as I have no clue what the item does, sir. Okay, is that area of effect of that Azak Shaman like a little bit overdoing it? What was that for a corpse explosion? It just hit the whole screen. It was like, oh, like, hi, look at me. Oh yeah, look at me again. Like, okay, sir, but like, you know, maybe don't hit the whole screen. I mean, half the screen would be okay.
By flame.
Get the Rise of the Phoenix shield for Smith of Kitava. What does Rise of the Phoenix do? Is that one of the old ones? I might have it. If it's that orange, large, round shield, I have it. I remember a shield that could thematically fit to Rise of the Phoenix.
It's getting away.
Steel yourself.
Oh, wow. This map around, things are hunting me down. Might be that the enemy types are a bit more dangerous here, huh? I mean, don't forget, we're level 58, chat. Oh, don't forget we're level 58. That actually means I can upgrade my stuff. I could also start playing Berserk now if I wanted to. But again, I don't really feel the need for any spirit ability. It's actually sad with Warrior. I might be better off just getting myself a... What is it called again? Like a... companion. Like, because we're not using 50 spirit right now, as there's just like nothing to really use it with. And with Fire Spell on hit, you could technically think about playing something with Cast on Ignite. Ja, bitte. Den Ausschlag ist wieder hier zurück. Was hast du heute im Kindergarten gegessen? Okay, was noch? Aber nicht nur dein Ausschlag, das ist auch, oder hast du heute im Sand gespielt viel? Das sind Skelette. Waren das die Affen oder waren das die... Das waren die Wölfe, ja. Und hier ist ein Riesenvogel. Ihn dir zeigen. Oh. Da ist er. Das ist ein Rabe mit Miniflügeln. Und den verhauen wir jetzt. Siehst du? Mhm. Das ist böse. Hast du Tomaten gegessen heute? Das ist gut. Naja, wir haben ja Vermutung, dass du mit Tomaten irgendwas hast. Aber es ist nicht so schlimm wieder da, oder? Kratzt es nur ein bisschen. Und vielleicht hast du heute einfach geschwitzt. Stark. Ich komm gleich und gib dir Creme, okay? Ja, machst du die Jutsu jetzt? Aka, tschüss! Ja. I'm better. Any human has left the vicinity. Any humans are always interested in this game. Very important question, chat. My one tiny human is turning 6. And, like, she's slowly outgrowing these tablet games for just keeping them busy, you know? Like, they have their children tablets, obviously, for longer trips and restaurant visits. But they have, like, only these keeping them busy games. And I'm like, she's getting that age where we could start with real games, you know, with real playthroughs. I mean, she's entering school soon and she's going to learn reading, so I think it's about time, you know? The time has come for real games. Now I'm thinking what to get her. Minecraft? Yeah, I've been thinking about Minecraft. Do you need to read a lot for Minecraft? Because I never played it myself, or is Minecraft like works without reading? Like is everything symbolized very nicely so you don't have to actually, like, it's intuitively understandable. Because that's like the thing, you know, if your children can't read a lot, like, what games do you actually give them? Because giving a child a story-driven game, for example, when they can't read, it's kind of like how they're gonna follow the dialogues, huh? Like even Pokemon, like I was thinking about giving my 6-year-old Pokemon, but then I was like, well, they don't know what fighting, like the fighting button, they can't read the abilities yet, right? So they could technically play, but they wouldn't know what's standing there and so on. Like, is it a tackle? Is it a fireball? Right? Street Fighter Dan, bottom combo masher, I see. Lego Star Wars is the way. I like the Lego game. Well, I like the Lego games for children. I never played them myself. So I guess it's about time that I have to play a Lego game to rate it. You know? And see what I think about it. And with the amount of stunts we're doing, we can really use the hammer. Like, does that mean if I like perma stun everyone, right? That I can use the hammer of the god whenever I have enough, correct? So that's actually nice. Is the Spearfield build viable for early game 2, or is it a pure late game build? Pancake, I do believe it's more late game build than an early game build. As the explosive spear is just too powerful and scaled too good to absolutely ignore. Wow. Wow. I mean, what is this weapon, Chan? What's this weapon? What's that?
Speak.
Games like here. No problem. Enjoy. But thank you. Appreciate it. Right? Okay, what do we have? We have 3,000 damage on the perfect strike. That's actually less damage. Even though it got 3 ranks bonus. But it also does not have like the lightning and everything on it. So let's flash it out. That was another bonus physical damage. That's kind of nice. And I get the fire damage bonus too. So now suddenly it's killer because of the bonus fire damage that I actually added. We can also go for... Actually, this one needs to go now into the Smith of Kitava. Bonky stick.
What is it?
Currency. Could we send? See, like, suddenly you have a weapon that does almost 400 damage. Well, chat. I mean, listen. I guess that's fine, right? I guess that's fine. Like, says, hey, look, we only went up by like 2,000 DPS. Seems reasonable. I would like to know if I level up to 60, could we ascend straight away?
I must keep my guard up, even here.
So right now, I don't see anything to change about the Smith of Kitava, right? Like, I mean, the gameplay still holds strong, and mapping is just so easy. So until 65, I really wouldn't change anything about the build. Like, I just don't see what should I do different, right? What should I alter to make it better? Like, I am pretty much fully resistanced out. I could obviously get more armor, so that's a thing, right? So I need to get new gloves that have more armor. But like from a survival standpoint, unless I obviously like set myself into that, from a survival standpoint, I'm very Gucci. I mean, we obviously need a new white armor. But you're like so resistanced out, it's illegal. You know what? For these situations where I run into like tons of opponents, you actually want to keep your Hammer of the Gods, right? If you have a situation with all these guys going on, like then you just hammered in, I guess. Oh, we can finally use a ruby. Increase damage with maces. Hey chat, look. Increased damage with maces, Warcry cooldown recovery rate, and Thorns damage. Nice. Everything I ever wanted. From a survival standpoint, dice. Hey, like, that I just jumped in there and died, that's not the game's fault. That's my fault. Oh, sorry. Ah, plans. When I already gotta be thankful that we actually have like 50% chaos resistance almost. I mean, look at that, chat. We have chaos resistance up to 34%. That's nasty. I mean, who has 34% chaos resistance? Like, you don't, usually. The best part is, I really don't have to look at any resistance stat on any piece of gear. So if I get a new pair of boots, and that new pair of boots has, like, tons of maximum life, but 0 resistance stats, it doesn't matter. New gloves, 0 resistance stats, don't matter. New amulet, 0 resistance stats, don't matter. Because all my stuff is being taken care about with the fire resistance, right? So as long as I have fire resistance, I am just good. It makes this quite convenient. I am slowed by... I don't actually know what slowed me there. So significant. It felt like when the... what's the thought again? When the Huntress tried to block a little bit too many times. Right? Oh god. All that chaos damage. Good, you're dead. Cool. Oh, great. Two temporal bubbles in a row. Hey, chat. Let's just walk into 2 temporal bubbles in a row, should we? Surely there could be nothing going wrong about that. Okay, wait. I'm out. I'm in. Boom. I mean, that Warcry hammer, like, this work? As much as it annoys me that we're pretty much forced to do, like, this hammer stun and then use the hammer. Like, it kind of makes the hammer feel more meaningful. Is that their intention, maybe? I mean, like, I would still think the intention is stupid, but don't get, like, right? Like, because you actually have to charge it up, because you actually have to take the effort into your hands to get the glory, like, it makes, if you then use the hammer, it makes it feel better. You're like, damn, I'm so good at the game. Like, here, wow, I made it work. Pew, pew, pew. Right? Kind of. I mean, that doesn't make it less annoying to charge it up. I mean, wow, that's 2 exalted, just like that. Hello? Endgame dropping galore. Okay, here you go. Oh, hammer. Smash. See, that's what I said. Desert rune. I still need to pick up spears because I might get a spear for my spear mistress, right? We're level 60. Now the big question is, can we ascend, right, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, maybe with this level now, I should go for some armor nodes. Like, I keep going for damage nodes, but we just figured out I actually do enough damage, right? So maybe I should have not gone for that damage node, and I should have instead invested in some armor nodes at this point.
Yes.
Like, right, don't take this, and here take the 15% increased armor, and the gain additional stun threshold equal to armor of equipped items. Defend with 200 against crits. Maybe, you know, maybe I should get some armor. Hey, baby. I did like the stun threshold thingy to make sure that you don't get stunned, right? You shouldn't play Roblox, okay? Yeah, I think Minecraft is kind of like right now what I think I would be aiming for the child. I mean, I do like story-driven games, but again, if you're not reading yet fluently, story-driven games can be something. I mean, what did I start gaming with? I started with Tetris, right? And then Tetris, it was Tetris into Pokemon. But I also like, what was I? I was 8, I think, when we get a Game Boy. Was I 8? That makes sense, right? So with 8, you could obviously read already. So Pokemon kind of made sense. It's probably the only thing I dislike about this warrior build here. Like you don't have any... Ow. You don't have any... screen-wide destruction, right? I can kill everything here, and we have our herald and overkill and that kind of stuff, right? But if something is like standing outside the range of your bone shatter, then you're just simply not hitting it, and that's it. I'm trying to get through this thing to just kill that, to just kill her. God. Okay. Good. Take my ear in the boat shutter. It doesn't help. It's just a bit more range, not much. Yeah, screen wide clear play leap. That's kind of like what we're thinking about. If you could take the Heat of the Forge with Fire Spell on hit, and you could use your leap to create some leaping clears. That's a little bit my plan, but for this we need to ascend. I mean, right now we wanted to go through like first 1s to 65, and I mean 1 to 65 has worked out. We are currently level 60. The next 5 level are going to level us up. We are absolutely powerful. I mean, this is great. If I wanted to, I could put Giant's Blood on, but I don't need it. We are just hitting everything. As you say, we could put Magnified Effect on the Bone Shatter just to hit people further range. Sure, we could. And we'll tomorrow level more, but now I wanted to show you something, guys, because I needed your input on something I've been cooking up in the background. There's 2 things I've tried, okay? How do you use Greater Jeweler's Orb, 100 Spear Throw? You just level up more. That's it. Okay, so my thoughts here, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to make a build that could use the Herald of Ash and Combat Frenzy. Okay? Wherever I can open the map of my other character now. That's weird. So Herald of Ash and Combat Frenzy. Okay? And the reason I wanted to do that is because why not? I've been testing things on tier 15 maps. Here, tier 15 maps. And my biggest issue was right now getting like frenzy charges, right? You need to get frenzy charges. And getting frenzy charges can be a bit complicated. And I found 2 ways that I could reliably get frenzy charges. I mean, one thing I need to do is I need to get Combat Frenzy. Good, 20% quality. So, number 1. Okay, watch this, chat. Number 1. This is a bit more on the clunky end, but I still like it. You would be using Glacial Lance. Okay? The reason why we want to do this, look at the damage of... Look at the damage of Explosive Spear. It's just the base damage without like any like bonuses. Explosive Spear is just sitting at 41,000 damage. And I don't even have a good spear, right? So like getting that thing up is crazy. So Explosive Spear just kills everything. Now you could use your Ice Spear to create Frenzy Charges. See, we get Frenzy Charges. And if I then throw my Explosive Spear, it instantly explodes. See, like Ice Spear, Frenzy Charge. Ice Spear, Frenzy Charge. or just double explosive spear, right? I can just throw double explosive spear to kill things. Now the problem, as you can see, is that like the ice spear does freeze, but it doesn't freeze like regularly enough. So it often brings me in a situation where I am throwing more ice spears than I want to while I'm waiting to propagate frenzy charges. This is a tier 15 map, by the way, just to give you a feeling for what we're doing. So like you're just absolutely zooming here. So ice spears, right? Frenzy charges, ice spears, frenzy charges here. Do ice spear, pop them out. Explosive does a lot of damage. Actually, he's proximal intangible, great. See, like the spears are doing tons of damage, and you can freeze, and then like if you get frenzy charges, like you do damage, right? But as you can see, the actual glacial lance is not really making that many. Like, see, like this is 39 freeze, 82 freeze, and that's like 3 hits to actually get like a charge. When if I throw it on a bigger board of enemies, it's like easier. Right, so this one, as you notice, a bit clunky. Now you get the full, now you get all of them, so that's actually cool, right? The main reason we're doing it is because like with these skills together, again, you can get like this to kind of like scale into nice damage territories. This is way 1 how to do it, okay? This is way 1 how to do it. Way 2 is using pin. So I can use spear field together with heavy swings for maximum physical damage, then pin, that we get the skill to pin, and what was the last support gem I put on it? Let's just say heft. Okay, so maximum physical, pin support, rage, everything. And now what you would do is, and this one is a bit greedier, but we get more frenzy charges. So you do this for pinning enemies. Boom. Right? But you have to like charge into them, and that's a bit of the problem. But then you get like easier frenzy charges. Right? And then you one hit things. Pin. Doesn't work against bosses though. Unless we crit. And the biggest issue is you can't do this on distance, right? I need to walk up to enemies. So I need to get close to them to then work with them. Makes sense to you? And I could obviously fully on range just use the spear here and maximum range throws, right? And just do that. And just ignore him. But technically I would have to like pin this. Then I get my thingies. Then I can go for the bonus explosions. And he dies. Because the damage is actually strong. Like you can see it's up to 60,000 DPS. Why 60,000 DPS? Because you're taking these nodes that melee damage gives you, like you can take these nodes that melee damage gives you the other damage and so on. Like pin them, right? I guess against single targets, you could technically use the sniper's mark. Like chat was just suggesting, hey Pony, what about sniper's mark? Mark? Because Sniper's Mark says, mark a target, next critical hit the target consumes mark to deal extra damage and grant you a frenzy charge. So we could technically think about, hey, instead of Bloodhound's Mark, we're going to play the Sniper Mark. And then we would have something that we could in between, like if we fight a single elite, right, or a boss. We're like, ha, Sniper's Mark, Spearfield. Because Spearfield, like, always crits. And then you just get, like, frenzy charges. This is 6 because it was lucky, right? And again, we have the frenzy charges. We make the burning ground. Bomb, 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 bomb. We just spam him. Oh, shit. Spearfield again. Like, you notice, it kind of works, but it's also, like, it's not... it's not convincing yet. If that makes sense. Does it make sense to you? Your Glacial Lance is getting a charge almost every time you throw it. Yeah, like, my question is, am I not having enough freeze buildup, maybe? Is that the problem? I don't know what killed me there. Difference to the warrior, by the way. I don't know what killed me there. I was thinking about throwing Whirlwind Lance. So what if you actually throw Whirlwind Lance, right? I mean, technically, you could also just mark every single time and then just try to do a crit strike. But that requires you to start a fight with Frenzy Mark. And Whirlwind Lance actually consumes Frenzy Charges, which is kind of bad. So here, like, right? Just get a crit. And then we have a Frenzy Charge. Yay. So it might be that for Glacial Lance, we have to pick up more freeze build-up nodes. I actually went so far down here. Look, I get the freeze build-up bonus to have like the Lance do more freeze build-up. So if that could influence it. But, you know, the spear is actually nice. It does like a lot of cool damage. The problem with the spear again is it's only a limited range. So the spear only hits like area X, where, for example, the lightning spear forks to everyone. Spear throw with pin, if used, like, pin is down to physical damage of the thingy. So if I use the spear throw, the damage is like only 600 damage is physical. The other damage is all, you know, like it doesn't do, and the explosion is only fire damage, so it cannot pin. Okay. No pinning, like pinning is not possible with the spear throw. I mean, you could use the standard spear throw this to pin, but if you use the standard spear throw to pin or do anything, the spear throw itself uses up frenzy charges too, which is a problem. Maybe freeze and pin to proc more. I was looking into Ice Strike because not Ice Strike, Ice Bite or whatever it's called. Like the Huntress has like an Ice Strike kind of skill, but you need to go on melee range with that. And like, yeah, I don't think melee range is what you want to do, right? Like, by the way, let's do this in a boss fight because I wanted to see how this would feel in a boss fight with Sniper Mark right now. I mean, it already works plenty well in a boss fight in general because of Spear Throw. Spear Throw is just busted. The advantage of using Spear Field is you could do Spear Field Bleed. So you could have the Spear Field bleed, okay? And the bleed from the Spear Field would work with Herald of Blood. So you could use Herald of Blood and Herald of Ash together. Because Herald of Ash works on overkill and the explosions are overkill. See, now I can do a... Like, he just died. You notice that? Amazing. Bushwhack Boots makes all damage pinning. Huh. I mean, that would allow me to play this definitely better. Because it, like, I could like get more charges for free. But it would require me to use a unique. I wouldn't say no to it, generally speaking. Because sometimes that's just the only way to make something work. If that makes sense to you, right? Like, usually I avoid using many uniques, but sometimes it's just not possible if you want to do something.
Now we're talking.
There's not a gem that turns stuns to pin. Not really. So now let's do the mark. And then... Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, that was... Oh, this is bad. Okay, I'm getting marks, chat. Ow, he just pooped on me. I'm getting marks, but he's probably the worst candidate for the explosive spear. You know what? Let me just try to do normal spear throws against him, because the normal spear throws, they also do noxious damages. Right now. Because the explosive spear just doesn't, like, hit versus him.
Need a moment.
Yeah, that works. Chat. Okay, mark is nice. I mean, it's annoying to have to recast the mark, so having like a cast on crit would be nice. By the way, we're playing all these like bonus frenzy charge on frenzy charge, create 2 frenzy charges. If you get a frenzy charge, maybe get all the frenzy charges, like all these stuff together, right? Oh wow, that would actually kill me. Interesting. What do the breaks in the health bar mean? That is spot weakness. And these open weaknesses do 50% more damage. Oh, that would actually kill me. Okay, so that was just like to give you a feeling for what I want to do. So you're saying bushwhack boots? I don't have them. I think bushwhack boots. I have. Bushwhack says physical damage is pinning. Okay. But only physical damage. Which is a problem. I mean, it's not a problem for the spears. That would be like literally only physical damage, right? Are you all evasion gear? Yeah, I'm all evasion gear. So that, like, if you say physical damage is pinning, you could use the spear field without having to use pin support. So you could put the pin support out, right? And you have like the heavy swings and the rage, and you could put the heft on. So you could like really focus on the spear field doing the most damage possible. But you would still rely on using the spear field. All right? So you notice how that's kind of like a bit awkward. I tried to use the Fangs of Frost here. You have the Fangs of Frost, but watch this now. Just to give you a feeling for this, let's actually open a tier 10 map. Just like this was a tier 15, so we cleared tier 15s with this build already. But it was like somewhat iffy. So let's say I do a tier 10 here now. Just to show you like the ice strike. And the problem is you do like, this is the range. It doesn't feel good, right? It does a lot of freeze and it does a lot of damage. See, like see, that's freeze, 2 hits, and then you could do this. But you kind of have to get close to your opponent again, right? I have to do this. Instant freeze, bomb, bomb. Right? Instant freeze, bomb, bomb. But again, you gotta like actually get close to your opponent, so it's like.
Almost a challenge.
I mean, technically, you can also use this here, the Fangs of Frost, together with the Herald of Frost. Like Ice Monk, it is 2 degree. What you could do is, you could move points into... Let's go out for a second. You could use... I mean, you have Elemental Infusion, which grants infused weapon. Grants your weapon infused non-melee projectile attacks with that weapon consume infusion to infuse the projectile fired, causing them to explode at the end of their flight. Right? And it's when you consume a frenzy charge, then we trigger a lightning infusion. So we could technically get our weapon to be lightning infused if we wanted to, which then converts physical damage to lightning damage at the end, if you wanted to do that. And then you could do that would then electric, and then you could put a support on that makes your shock, like electrical damage, actually shock. But you could also say, hey, why not take life leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as physical damage, right? You could do that. So you could remove the open weaknesses, which you don't need. Then we have life leech, right? And you could actually add how much is Fangs of Frost is converting 80%? You could technically take the Berserk gem back again and have like your life leech happen like that. I mean, like the Fangs of Frost, like it kind of does work right here. But it's just not Ice Strike values, you know? I wonder if melee range and magnified effect would help for this to make it feel more ranged. So right now we're running Herald of Frost, in case you wonder, and Herald of Ash. Like you see, it's not that much damage. It's like 20k DPS. It's like, it's okay. And it has the advantage of freezing. But I like, how would you use this, for example, in a breach now? Right? Or if you're fighting like a bunch of ranged opponents.
Clean kill.
That's where I'm like not behind that yet. I like the mix of the explosive arrows together with the ice, because like they boost each other. So if I used a range skill recently, my ice skill does more damage, and if I used my ice skill recently, my explosive skill does more damage. So I can like throw these two, right, and then they empower each other. And obviously the frenzy charges can be used to explode that thing and create like explosive like burning ground. And this is surprisingly working better than I actually expected it to right now. I was hoping to mainly use like my ranged lands. Okay, that's Ice Strike Monk. I'm actually surprised how well this is working. My only concern is that you don't have energy shield. So like it was working for Monk because Monk had energy shield and you don't have energy shield, right? That's a complaint of mine. You can add lightning lance. They explode with the explosive spirit. No, because imagine like me actually having to throw lightning lances in between. That would be a 3-button skill. I don't think that would be what you want, right? Optimally, you want to use 2 skills. Right? Right now I'm trying like to figure out which is my favorite frenzy charge skill to use, right? Because like I am with the Ice Strike, I am easily creating frenzy charges. But it's still all very localized damage. I'm just like is this all effort just worth it if you could just play Lightning Spear? Right? So you have the Lightning Spear skill, don't forget that, right guys? Lightning Spear plenty powerful. But that's like the question. If Lightning Spear is so strong, like, is it even worth it to do this? Because you could obviously just play the Lightning Spear, which will most likely get nerfed. I mean, this is safer than playing Spearfield right now. So the Spearfield version was unsafer because this one is freezing. I wonder if melee strike range helps for this. Like what if I get melee strike range? Does this like make the attack strike further? Right? Because like right now I have this for melee strike range. If you dealt a projectile hit recently, that's easy. But you could technically also take the melee strike range of 2 here, right? And just increase the damage again. Well, we also, when damage penetrates elemental resistance, And we have a lot of, like, projectile boosts. Because that's, like, the question right now. Do you want to boost the damage of the Fangs of Frost or of the Explosive Spear? Because boosting both damages is, like, really complicated. Since you gotta pick up all these Frenzy Charge shebang nodes. It's not that Lightning Spear is the only super clear build. Well, it's like the only screen-wide clear build, right? And people obviously love their screen-wide clear builds. I was hoping that you could do something with Glacial Lance, but it just simply doesn't feel like it. I mean, it would be obvious to assume that Glacial Lance, if you fully invest into Freeze, might actually work. So, like, this is where I'm stuck a little bit. By, like, see, we have Herald of Ice, we have Comet Frenzy, we have Wind Dancer, we have Herald of Ash. We could technically do Herald of Blood together with a Spearfield, but Spearfield is just risky to play in certain builds, so I'm not sure if I want to use that. We can turn the Blood Hunt off. We could have our Companion back in, which also is tons of damage, by the way, or we could refund the Companion points to do the other things. My Fangs of Frost, surprisingly good. I'll give it to that. I mean, we have currently a Glaciation, Cold Infusion, and Ice Bite to actually get the freeze up, so it seems somewhat needed. Perform an Icy Stab that exploits enemies who are already off balance. Hitting a parry target consumes the debuff. See, this is like one issue on my side. We don't parry. I've been doing bleed pin twisters with Frenzy Aura and I love it. I mean, like, if you get the pin boots, twisters, full physical should work. What I wanted to do is I wanted to use Whirlwind Spear. So there's this ability here called Whirlwind Spear. Where is it? Whirlwind Lance. And if you use Whirlwind Lance, let's actually identify the things, sell them. So if you use Whirlwind Lance, you could technically throw the Whirlwind Lance to throw the Explosive Spears in, right? And it actually doesn't even set them on fire. I thought it would set them on fire. The problem is, like, the Whirlwind Lance would be great to create pin charges, right? But the Whirlwind Lance itself can also use up the Frenzy charges. So we'd use something to make the pin charges to use up the Frenzy charges. Yeah. Explosive Spear also can't use Cast on Ignite because Cast on Ignite really doesn't work with that. And we don't have like many abilities left, right? Well, what do we really have left? So Whirlwind Lance is weird. Wind Serpent's Fury is not like something to use as a main skill. We all know that Lightning Spear is actually good, right? There's Cull the Weak now. Cull the Weak is new, but Cull the Weak is shit. So you kind of have like, you kind of really have only Lightning Spear to hit a whole screen. With a Lightning Lance, with a Storm Lance, you can build up Electrocute. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, Scholar, you can build up Electrocute. I mean, you could also use the Thunderous Leap to build up Electrocute, right? By the way, what is with Primal Strikes? That's probably the only ability I haven't tried out yet. What does Primal Strikes do? Primal Strikes perform a lightning charge stab that can be chained into a combination of 3 attacks. The first 2 attacks conjure a charging Wildwood Spirit if they hit a shocked enemy and refresh shock duration. The third attack is a large swipe that inflicts lightning exposure and can consume shock to conjure a stampede of spirits. Huh? Huh? I mean, it looks cool. Can we make that freeze? You know, can we make that freeze? So we can, like, freeze and shock with that? Chat? Can we? Can we? No? Oh, we're super good with a lot of attack speed. I don't have a lot of attack speed. I have, like, minimal attack speed. See, I froze, chat. You saw me freezing? You saw me freezing. They hating. But I would need to use something with Combat Frenzy on again, right? Why can we not use Charge Staff on this, chat? Someone explain. Let's unlock another map. Oh, shit. I need to unlock that map then. I mean, this one definitely wants strike range, right? For bigger strikes. That's for sure. This is my problem, right? We're just standing here, and I'm trying to move in, but I can't even move in. So on ranged enemies, you still gotta use your explosive spear, right? To clear them all out, and it works just wonders. Wait, this one doesn't even get closer. He just keeps using it on range. So you have to even forcefully walk into opponents to like kind of use it. That's so weird. I mean, Ice Strike was definitely doing better there because it was at least freezing the opponent. I mean, during the Ice Strike gameplay, that was the least I've died. Makes you wonder if you don't just want to put a Lightning Infusion on Ice Strike and then just use it to... like put a Lightning Infusion on Ice Strike and equip the Herald of Thunder and that's it. Chan, is that what we want to do? You're too shocked to make Permafangs work. Yeah, but I understand that. But it just like, it doesn't feel good that it doesn't actually go into the opponent. You know, like, that's what I don't like about it. It just doesn't go in the opponent. As you can see, there's a lot of experimentation going on, Chan. Lightning Infusion. And I have the Fangs of Frost do lightning and just put the Herald of Thunder on for the YOLOs. Here, wait, let me kick the Herald of Ash out for a jiffy. We have another Herald of Thunder. Another less Thunderous Leap. It's Falling Thunder. I mean, luckily I have like a gazillion tier 14 spirit jewels, and don't ask me why. Okay. Just out of interest. There's a gem that turns all extra damage into cold damage. Yeah, I know. Well, that's just great when you get that. It's my favorite one. I mean, I still would play the Explosive Spear with this one, as it's just too much fun to not use the Explosive Spear when you have the instant explosions, right? Also, it actually kills like tier 15 people. Tier 15 bosses you can kill with that. I used the Herald of Thunder there a second ago, Chan. I mean, the damage is like there from Ice Strike at times. There's more damage when we're freezing. So like that's what I meant with the explosive spears. Like here, what if you're in a rift? What am I supposed to do here, right? With this, so that's like the point. Like, sure, it works. But as soon as you enter like a breach, sorry, not a rift. As soon as you enter a breach, just like Joe Ever, right? What am I supposed to do there? Like I can throw some of them, right? But I can disengage, obviously, to bring some distance. But as soon as you're getting like kind of mobbed, you can't do it. Your Herald of Thunder is not active. Oh, thank you. Wouldn't have changed the thing there. Like it's just down to the same principle, if that makes sense to you. So, yes, I can throw this. Yes, I can freeze. Yes, we can use the Herald, like ice explosions, right? But once you're getting mobbed, it's just over. And that's currently the only skill that can deal this, like, deal with this. I mean, the Spearfield Bleed build can deal with a Breach because of the knockback. That's the advantage of the Spearfield Breach build. We get knockback happening. And that's where I then went for one level further in my brain. So if I want to freeze the enemy, then I gotta somehow make Glacial Lance work, right? But Glacial Lance does so few damage in comparison. You know what the problem is? This is a ranged hit. Okay, right? This is damage in this area. You understand that, correct, Chad? You're smart people. Now, I have a question for you. Where do you think does Glacial Lance do damage? So this is Glacial Lance. You would assume that this is like the actual damage, but it's not. The actual damage is just only the lance itself. What it pierces. Not like the cool effect, right, to the side. Oh, they have gotten more expensive. I'll just put that on because I need to experiment with more things. I wanted to use magnified effect and see like how big does magnified effect actually make it? Where's my magnified? Magnify. I see it does increase the field of what it does. And now watch this. So if we're now doing this, like sure you can get a lot of freeze and look at the freeze explosion when you have the frenzy charges, right? But it doesn't actually do that much freeze. And if you're not hitting the opponent, like if you're throwing past it, right? Like this skill is the epitome of like a lot of show but no substance. There's a lot happening here right now. So like I'm trying to kill one elite just with a glacial, okay? With nothing else, just this. Not too convincing, is it? Try Barrage with it. I'm not sure if you can have more. There was something in the description. I gotta read. Wait, before we kill that elite, let's teleport out. Hit the barrage skill and then check it. Gems 17 barrage. What supports do you use for barrage? I've never played barrage, so what do you even do for that? So you do barrage and then that works. Does it make it that much stronger? Because you go for barrage and then I see like it's still not really doing something to that guy. So yeah, I'm like trying to kill that dude. I I mean, obviously, my whole passive tree is not perfectly made for cold damage now and elemental damage, right? We have, like, more projectile damage. But we have all the projectile damage in existence that you could have. But I wouldn't be wanting to craft Barrage the whole time because that would be annoying. And imagine having to craft Barrage. Right, like, it doesn't look too not hot, but it also doesn't look too hot. I don't know. Like, I wasn't convinced about this, right? What about Volt? Does it work? What does Volt do? Something just doesn't make me happy about this skill. I don't know. I mean, with the actual magnified effect gem, it's better now than before. So magnified effect seems to be needed to make this like feel good. But you're also like, we're sitting at 20,000 deeps, right? Nothing too special. What's 20,000 deeps, you know? I mean, definitely with the Barrage, it feels better. But it's, again, nothing compared to the screen-wide clears that you're having with the Lightning Spear. Like, the issue is right now that just Lightning Spear overpowers everything, right? So this works, right? This works. It does something, but Lightning Spear just does it 400 times better. They're like, why even bother? I guess you could use the tireless support on Barrage, right? To have Barrage like do multiple. It was actually an okay fight against that elite. Lightning Spear is just OP. Yeah, and they buffed it. Which just make no sense. They're like, hey, so we buffed Lightning Spear. They're like, but sir, Jonathan, are you okay? You said you buffed Lightning Spear. Jonathan, are you good? I mean, we know what build Jonathan is playing now, though, right? Okay, we can do a Hunter's Mark, and then we can crit with this. See, like, that would also give us Frenzy charges. Ta-da. I mean, it's not bad. But like, you see, like, it's not bad, but it's also not good. Split? No, so it cannot split. Projectiles cannot chain and they cannot split. I don't know if they could fork, though. But they cannot be modified, whatever that means. The explosion is cool because the explosion does bonus cold damage and insane freeze buildup. It's kind of nice. Oh, we're using this with the Herald of Ice, so this was being used with the Herald of Ice. Don't worry. But I'm just like not convinced. I mean, I don't know if there's one support that would make this feel better. We don't really have anything, right? Just the standard stuff, but there's nothing like exciting you can kind of put on it. We're like, yay. I was thinking about using explosive spear together with, like there's a tech that, where's it now? I need a 17 skill gem. What you could technically do is you could use Frostbolt. With the with the like support that shoots them in all directions and everything to like pretty much do Frostbolt, explosive spear, Frostbolt, explosive spears. But is that what you want to do? I would have to use a really low level Frostbolt to make that work. Yeah, Frostbolt with wild charts pretty much. So you would walk around like Frostbolt, and as soon as you have the Frenzy charges, you do explosive spear, explosive spear. Right? And the explosive spear could still trigger Herald of Ash. And we could shatter then the frozen guys with fire. Try. I don't know how low level the Frostbolts would have to be. Like, that's the problem, because even a 10 Frostbolt is... See, that needs 83 int. So I could do a 6er Frostbolt right now. I don't have a better one. How a better one right now? Okay. You have to do a Frostbolt... together with like what was it called again? Wild shards? Wildfire, not wild shards. It was wild shards, right? So you kind of would like to do this. Wasn't there a way to guaranteed trigger wild shards? Because this is like, see, like if you could guaranteed trigger this wild shards, but I don't think there's a guarantee to trigger it, right? Or you could probably add scattershot to it, because we don't need it for that. Scatter. See, the plan would kind of be this. So you would walk around. You would do that. And then they would somehow cause like freezing, but they actually didn't cause any freezing. Great. That's fantastic, chat. They're not causing any freezing because they're not doing any damage, obviously. I mean, they're doing 68 damage right now. So they should actually do more damage because they count as projectiles, right? So we should boost their... No. Actually, they shouldn't do more damage. So like you notice, like they're not freezing because they're like, we don't have it there yet. We need more int. So it works on your sword. On your sword, it works. If you want to cause freezing, it's like super easy to do that. So yeah, like the plan is to somehow like have to scale this, right? You have to scale this. That would be the basic idea behind this, to get the Frostbolts to do damage. And this is a level 6er. A 10er was 83 intelligence. I mean, how much intelligence can I weasel out right now? We can just like here move a lot of the decks over to int quickly. Just so I can get like a bigger one. So int. I would give you at least 92. Where do I have more dexterity here? So that's like 100 in. So I could technically upgrade my gems. 13, 12 maybe? 12 was 106. So 11, 10. But even a 10er would do like how much damage? 107 damage. Well, that's not really working that well, does it, chat? So that was the basic idea. The basic idea failed. We'll have to cook a bit more with this. I hope you enjoyed this little theory craft experiment in the head. Don't worry, I'll have a Smith of Kitava starter for you tomorrow with all the support gems that I have been not using. And then we'll actually follow up with the Smith of Kitava endgame. Because I really have a very interesting build plan. So I'm gonna sit down, Chad. Okay? I'm gonna sit down tomorrow before the stream. So we get like an insane build tomorrow. Okay? Until then, take care. Have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow. Don't run away. Do run away now. Watch the videos. Take care. And also, don't forget to click the link in the description below. !PoE2. Path of Exile 2. Thank you for sponsoring GGG.